Nena had another daughter, but this time the baby looked nothing like her sisters. She was tiny, with strange features, and not what Nena expected. Tears filled Nena's eyes in horror and sadness as she stared at the baby. Once upon a time, in a quaint village named Anaku, nestled in the eastern part of Nigeria, and under King Orji's kind rule, lived Childe and Nena, a couple whose beauty was the talk of the town. Everyone in Anaku would dream out loud about their future children, convinced that such stunning parents would only have the most breathtakingly beautiful kids. Just as everyone guessed, Childe and Nena were blessed with 4 beautiful daughters, Apunau, Ugomma, Oyibo, and Bekee. These girls were so stunning that anyone who saw them had to stop and look again. Their beauty became the pride of the village. People praised Nena's womb of beauty, and mothers often gifted the girls, hoping one day their sons would win their hearts. Years later, Nena had another daughter, but this time, the baby looked nothing like her sisters. She was tiny and had strange features. She was not what Nena expected. Tears filled Nena's eyes in horror and sadness. Her husband, unable to face the unexpected, fled, claiming he couldn't stay with what he wrongly called evil under his roof. Nena's heart was shattered, torn between the pain of her husband's departure and the arrival of her strange child. Conflicted and overwhelmed, she kept the baby hidden, secretly wishing for her to quietly die. Yet, as the child resiliently clung to life, Nena slowly accepted her reality. She named the child Emerem Guinea, meaning, "What did I do?" Emerem began growing up and grew up to be a very ugly girl. Her sisters treated her like she was a disease, and no one even cared if she was human. Her mother would never let her out of the house. She was always indoors to avoid the wagging mouth of the villagers. But it didn't stop them, as the villagers still talked. Emerem was turned into a slave in her own father's house because she was ugly and looked very tidy. She wasn't growing like every normal child. She did all the house chores in the house, yet no one appreciated her. At every slightest mistake, her mother would call her a cursed child. "What did I ever do to deserve a child like you? You do not look like your mother. You do not look like your father. You are an abomination." Sometimes, Emerem doubted if Nena was truly her mother, as it seemed like she had only 4 children. But she endured all the ill treatments, hoping that she would die one day. She never thought there would ever be hope for her. Every day, Emerem sat alone and cried. She couldn't help but notice how different she looked from her sisters, and she couldn't understand what she had done to deserve such a harsh life. While her mother showered her sisters with lovely gifts, no one spared Emerem a glance, unless they needed her to do some chores. Emerem's mother made it clear she was not to leave the house. Yet, whenever the house was empty, Emerem found solace in the forest, beneath the comforting shade of a tree. There, surrounded by the quiet of the woods, she would sing, Singing breathed life into her, lifted her from her sadness, and for a brief time made her forget her troubles at home. Singing became a secret joy, and each evening, before anyone else came back, she would hurry home, holding onto the peace she found in her melodies. One day, while Emerem was lost in her songs under the tree, some girls returning with firewood spotted her. Dropping their loads in fear, they raced home, shouting, "Evil spirits! Evil spirits! Evil spirits!" Realizing the danger, Emerem knew she had to rush home to avoid being caught. By sundown, rumors had flown across the village about an evil spirit haunting the Achara forest, which had supposedly sought refuge in Nina's house. Unknown to Emerem, some of the children who saw her followed her home as she ran, tracing the source of their fear right to her doorstep. Immediately Nina heard this, she was so angry that she ran home, cursing at Emerem under her breath. "That evil child wants to embarrass me. Today, I will deal with her." When she got home, she angrily asked Emerem why she left the hut against her instructions. But as Emerem opened her mouth to speak, she began to hit her. "You want to disgrace me in this village, you cursed child." She lashed at her. When she left, Emerem cried her heart out, wishing death would take her. She couldn't bear the thought that she looked like nothing but an evil spirit in the eyes of the village children, and also couldn't understand why her mother hated her that much. She didn't create herself, she cried. When everything had died down, her mother came into her room and called her out in the middle of the night. "I need you to escort me somewhere," she said to her. "A friend of mine needs help." Emerem was surprised. Her mother had never calmly spoken to her before, so she felt her mother regretted her actions towards her and wanted to make amends. Hence, she followed her happily. They walked for a long time, crossing rivers and climbing mountains, but the journey was endless. At some point, Emerem got tired. "Mother, this place we are going to, is it still far?" "No," she responded. "We are almost there." Emerem was scared to provoke her mother by asking her more questions, but she wondered why her mother's friend had to live in that faraway forest. As they got to the middle of nowhere, her mother stopped and faced her. "I don't know how I got you, evil child. You have brought only pain to my heart, and I wish you died the day I had you. I've always prayed for you to die since I had you, but you refused to die. Rather, you have only brought me pain and shame. I won't allow you to embarrass me before the villagers. That's why I've brought you here." She turned, leaving Emerem in the forest. Emerem cried and cried, pleading with her mother, but her mother ignored her and went back home. Emerem was heartbroken. The forest howled with different sounds of wild animals, and she clutched her heart in fear. Her mother had just abandoned her to die in the forest. Out of fear, she ran after her mother, calling and pleading with her not to leave her. But she lost her to the dark forest. She began wandering around the forest, and when she got tired, Emerem sat under a tree and cried her heart out. She knew she was going to die, and she prayed the death came quickly. The forest was dark and terrifying, and she closed her eyes. Soon, sleep took over her. Emerem felt a gentle tap and opened her eyes to see an old woman in front of her. She quickly stood up, scared and shaking, almost wetting herself. She realized she was still in the forest and was puzzled to see the old woman there. Then, the old woman spoke in a voice that was calm and comforting. "My dear, don't be scared. I mean no harm. I was just getting some cooking water and saw you. Why are you out here?" Emerem thought back to what happened the night before and started to cry. The old woman gently comforted her and then invited her to come home with her, saying she couldn't stand the thought of leaving Emerem alone in the forest. Emerem carried the water alongside the old woman as they headed to her home. They arrived at a simple, somewhat run-down hut, hidden deep in the forest. Despite its appearance, the place was tidy, clearly someone's home. Emerem couldn't help but feel it was a bit strange. Who would choose to live all alone out here, she wondered. She was even more surprised when the old woman mentioned she had been living there for more than 20 years. The old woman cooked some boiled yam, explaining to Emerem that she found the seeds in the forest and planted them near her hut. She also had plenty of fruits and veggies, suggesting a life of simple self-sufficiency surrounded by nature. After their meal, Emerem opened up about her life, and the old woman listened with deep sympathy. "Your mother has been very cruel," she said, clearly upset. "I would have been grateful to have a child, no matter what she looked like, even like you. But don't worry, I will help you." The old woman began to share her own story with Emerem, making the moment even more special. She told her about a long time ago when she got married, full of hopes and dreams. However, life had other plans. She couldn't have children, which brought her much sadness. Seeing this, her husband decided to marry another woman in hopes of having a child. Tragically, when the new wife had a baby, the baby didn't survive. Immediately, fingers pointed at her, accusing her of causing the baby's death out of jealousy. The situation worsened when her co-wife also passed away from a mysterious illness. And again, the blame fell squarely on her shoulders. Her husband, swayed by the villagers' gossip, couldn't stand by her, and she was unjustly labeled a witch and banished to what they call the evil forest. "I've lived here since that day," she told Emerem, her voice a mix of sorrow and strength. "For 20 years, I've been all alone, with not a single soul passing by. But now, I think the gods saved me just for you. You are not just any child, you are a star. And I see its glow right on your forehead." Emerem laughed. "A star? Me? Here in this thick so-called evil forest?" It all seemed too strange and unbelievable. But what she didn't realize was that Oyego, the old woman, was no ordinary person. She had incredible powers hidden beneath her humble appearance and the simple life she led in the forest. Emerem was about to discover just how extraordinary her new friend was. The connection between her and Emerem grew stronger as they both found solace in their shared experiences of unjust treatment and exile. In the village, Nnenna felt a weight lift off her shoulders. A secret she had harbored for years, now seemingly resolved. Whenever someone inquired about Emerem, Nnenna simply said she had died. She couldn't stand the thought of being labeled an evil woman just because she had a child who looked strange. This lie was her escape from judgment and the whispers of the villagers, providing her with a false sense of relief from the guilt and complexity of her relationship with Emerem. Life continued to be favorable for Nnenna's beautiful daughters, who had blossomed into stunning young women. Their beauty was renowned throughout the kingdom, drawing suitors from far and near to their doorstep, each one hoping to win the hearts of one of these celebrated sisters. The fame of their attractiveness had spread so widely that their home became a gathering place for those seeking to marry, not just for love, but for the allure that came with the promise of such remarkable beauty. Meanwhile, in the village of Anako, King Oji was facing his golden years with a heavy heart, caught in a web of uncertainty. As the tradition dictated, he was to pass on the crown to one of his sons before he departed from this world. However, the palace was shrouded in confusion, as the decision of who should inherit the kingship was not clear-cut. This predicament left the entire royal household, and indeed the village at large, in a state of anxious anticipation, wondering how the king would resolve this crucial dilemma. King Oji's dilemma revolved around his two sons, Chike and Dike, who were twins. Their entrance into the world was marked by a tale as unique as they were. The queen went into labor under the cover of the night, and in the urgency of the moment, her maidservants dashed out to summon the midwife. However, by the time the midwife arrived at the queen's chamber, the twins had already been born. In the hustle to clean and care for the queen and her newborns, no one thought to note which of the twins had been born first. This oversight led to a pressing and unprecedented question within the palace walls. Which of the twins was destined to ascend the throne? The lack of clarity on this critical detail posed a significant challenge, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the future leadership of Anako. As King Oji grew older, his concerns deepened. His sons Chike and Dike shared a bond deeper than mere brotherhood. They were the best of friends, yet it was clear that their hearts lay in different places. Chike harbored a deep fascination with the throne, often lost in daydreams of ruling Anako. He was drawn to the prestige and respect that came with being king. Dike, on the other hand, showed little interest in royal ambitions. His nature was gentle and lovable, making him beloved among the people. His passion was his ranch, where he poured his energy and love, content with the life he built away from the throne's allure. King Oji noticed Chike's keen interest in leadership and Dike's indifference. Despite understanding Chike's desires, The king resolved to leave the decision to the gods. He believed in allowing a higher power to guide the future of Anako. If the gods chose Chike, then he would accept that destiny with open arms, trusting that the welfare of his kingdoms would be in the hands of fate. King Oji, seeking wisdom, gathered with the village elders to call upon Ezemo, revered as the eyes of the gods, for guidance. Upon arrival, Ezemo made himself comfortable on a spread-out mat, entering a state of deep communion with the deities of the land. After a solemn period of invocation, he shared the divine directive. The princes were to undertake a quest in 4 market days, venturing into the mysterious Ajadu forest. Their mission was to find a special staff hidden deep within the earth of the forest. The true heir to the throne would be revealed by a guiding light within the forest, leading him to the staff, a sign of the gods' favor and protection. The king felt a weight lift from his shoulders with the assurance of his son's safe return. By the chief priest. Following the seer's instructions, the princes were to undergo a purification ritual without delay, preparing their spirits and bodies for the pivotal journey ahead. This process was not just about physical readiness, but symbolized their readiness to face whatever challenges lay in the path dictated by the gods, embarking on a journey that would not only test their courage, but also define the future of Anako. In the serene heart of the forest, where Uyego and Emerem had found solace together, Uyego revealed a significant truth to Emerem. Uyego wasn't just any inhabitant of the forest. She was a seer, blessed with profound insight and power. She unveiled the dark tale of Emerem's birth. Something very grave happened while your mother was carrying you, Uyego began. One day, she visited the market with a craving for a particular type of meat. However, the price was far beyond what she was willing to pay. Despite the cost, her desire was overpowering. Amidst the hustle and crowd around the butcher's store, she seized the opportunity to take the meat without payment. Unnoticed, she left, leaving behind an innocent woman to bear the blame and the consequences of her actions. This woman, wrongly accused and publicly humiliated, as the angry mob stripped her naked and beat her up, cried out in her anguish and innocence, causing her accusers and the unseen thief to bear a lifetime of shame. Since your mother was pregnant with you, the curse took hold on you instead. Tears streamed down Emerem's cheeks as she absorbed the tale of her mother's deed, understanding for the first time the source of her pain and difference. Uyego comforted her, promising liberation from the curse. They would undertake a 7-day ritual of purification and appeal to the spirits for mercy. During this time, Emerem was to fast from food and water, preparing her spirit and body for the final step of the ritual. On the 7th day, she would immerse herself in the sacred waters of the Ajadu River, washing away the curse and emerging renewed, ready to embrace her true essence, free from the shadows of the curse. as the quest for the future king of Anaku began. Princes Chike and Dike ventured into the dense Ajadu forest, their paths diverging as soon as they sought the divine staff. Guided by Ezemo's prophecy, they knew they just had 7 days to complete their task. Chike, driven by his ambition, searched tirelessly, yet the guiding light eluded him. Dike too found no sign of the light for days, growing weary with the search. On the 3rd day, Chike stumbled upon an old woman in distress, her cries piercing the forest's silence. Focused solely on his quest for kingship, he chose to ignore her plea for help, convinced that nothing should divert his attention from his goal. Meanwhile, Dike, seeking a moment's rest, had the same cries of panic and pain. Despite his initial fear and confusion, his compassionate heart couldn't ignore the suffering voice. Driven by the desire to aid, he followed the sounds, only to find the old woman suddenly disappear as he approached her. In her place, a bright light appeared, beckoning him forward. He followed the light, which led him through the dense forest to a vast cave. Inside, the light focused on a glowing spot on the cave floor. Filled with determination, Dike dug at the spot and unearthed the staff, its glow a beacon of his success. The journey back home was filled with a sense of accomplishment and relief. Unlike his brother, Dike had allowed his kindness to guide him and had led him to the very goal they both sought. Upon crossing 2 rivers on his journey back, Dike encountered Chike and excitedly shared his discovery. Chike's heart sank with the news, and bitterness swiftly took root in his heart. He couldn't understand why Dike, who already seemed to have everything, love from the queen, adoration from the townspeople, and wealth from his successful ranch, should also be the one to find the staff. This was the one thing Chike had longed for himself. Hiding his envy, Chike congratulated Dike and asked for a brief pause, claiming he needed a moment alone to ease himself. Trusting and unsuspecting, Dike waited under a tree. Seizing this moment, Chike attacked Dike from behind with a heavy stick, striking him until he fell motionless. Believing Dike to be dead, Chike grabbed the staff and hurried back to the village. His return sparked widespread celebration among the villagers, who interpreted his success as divine selection. The air was filled with the rhythm of drums and the joy of dancers, as the village had been filled with anticipation since the princes had departed. Drained and hungry from his days in the forest, Chike was welcomed with a lavish meal prepared by his mother. As he rested from the ordeal, the villagers' joy was tinged with concern for Dike, whose fate remained unknown to them. The celebration for Chike's return masked a dark deed, leaving the true test of character and destiny unresolved. Emerem had fulfilled the 7-day ritual and had taken her bath in the Ajadu River. True to the words of Uyego, she came out of the water with a very beautiful skin, her deformity totally healed, and her body glowing like the sun itself. She was so happy, as she couldn't believe she would no longer live with the stigma. Uyego asked her to return back home so she could live her dreams, but she said no, choosing to stay back with her instead. She couldn't leave Uyego, as she was the kindest woman she ever met. Besides, Uyego was old and needed some help around. One evening, while returning from the river, Emerem was startled by the sound of someone in pain. Overcoming her fear, she went close and discovered a man lying in the forest, weakened and bleeding. Rushing back, she called Uyego, and together they brought the man to their hut. Uyego, with her knowledge of healing, took care of his wounds and began treating him with her herbal remedies. Meanwhile, the palace was engulfed in worry. Over a week had passed without any sign of Prince Dike, prompting the king to dispatch a search team into the forest with orders to return with the prince alive or dead. But even after an exhaustive search, extending beyond 14 days, there was no trace of him. The king, heartbroken, assumed the worst, that his beloved son had fallen prey to wild beasts, and declared a 7-day mourning period for Dike, a testament to the prince's widespread adoration. Following the mourning, plans were made to continue with the traditional rituals leading up to the coronation, including a 14-day period of fortification for the prince, culminating in the official ceremony. The kingdom prepared to move forward, even as Dike's fate remained unknown to them. His true situation, hidden within the depths of the forest under Uyego and Emerem's care. In the forest, Prince Dike was recovering fast. He could now talk and eat properly. He had shared his sad story with his new friends, and they felt so sorry for him. It was unfortunate that the three of them had treaded the path of betrayal, and it was the one thing that brought them together. You will get better soon, and you will go back to your village in good health. The gods have preserved you for the throne, Uyego said to him. Dike couldn't still believe his own brother did that to him, and all for the throne. But he was glad the gods saved him. He enjoyed the company of Emerem and the old woman. Uyego was very nice and caring, and Emerem was a beauty with an angelic voice. Every evening, she would sit under the tree and sing the prince beautiful songs, which he enjoyed so much. With time, they grew closer, and each day, the prince found more reasons to love her. She was so beautiful. The way she took care of him, and the beautiful songs she sang him, could not just leave his mind. Uyego had caught him severally as he stared at her while she cooked, and it got her so excited. He knew within him that he had just found a wife, the woman of his dreams. On the day of the coronation, the whole village gathered to celebrate the crowning of the new king. Kings and princes from different kingdoms were invited. Noblemen of calibers were invited. Prince Chike felt so proud. He had dreamt about this day his whole life, and in a few hours he would be pronounced king. That day, he dressed in his royal apparel and looked so handsome. When he stepped out, the villagers couldn't argue that the gods had made the right choice, as Prince Chike looked so glorious in his royal attire. As the traditional priest and the Onowu, the chief kingmaker, conducted the final rituals of the coronation, Chike was declared king. Yet, as he attempted to sit on the throne, an unseen force repelled him. He tried severally to sit on the throne, but each time he tried it burned him. It was as if the seat of power rejected him. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their excitement turning to confusion and fear as they couldn't understand what was happening. Just then, Ezemo, the revered seer, entered. All eyes turned to him, desperate for an explanation of the unsettling spectacle. With a voice that commanded attention, Ezemo revealed the truth. Prince Chike is not the rightful king of this land. He has not earned the staff, and he knows what happened to his brother, Dike. Under Ezemo's powerful enchantment, Chike found himself compelled to speak the truth. He fell to his knees, his voice breaking as he confessed to attacking Dike in the forest, taking the staff by force and leaving his brother dead. The king, along with everyone present, was shocked. Your own twin brother, the king repeated, unable to grasp the magnitude of Chike's betrayal. The villagers expressed their disdain, openly rejecting the heinous acts Chike had committed. Then, amidst the turmoil, Ezemo announced a turn of fortune. With all eyes on him, he prepared to share a revelation that would reshape the destiny of Anaku. Prince Dike is alive and in the heart of the forest, around the Ajadu River. He was found by two kind people and has fully regained himself. Let the king send out men to go into the forest and bring back the prince. And as for Chike, the king should decide his punishment. With that, he turned and left. Without delay, the king sent out a search party immediately, and they all hurried down to the forest to bring back the prince. Uyego was happy when she saw the king's men. She knew they had come for the prince, and was also happy that Emerem finally found fulfillment. She had watched her bond with the prince, and the love between them was undeniable. Finally, she could die a fulfilled woman, as God has used her to save a kingdom that rejected her 20 years ago. They thanked Uyego and Emerem and took the prince. Tears rolled down Emerem's eyes. She was so sad the prince was leaving, as they both had bonded so well, and she was going to miss him dearly. The prince was a very kind and soft man, and the way he conversed with her, she was so in love with him. She never thought she would ever see him again. But the prince had no plans to leave them. He ordered the men to bring them out of the forest, as they both saved his life. But Uyego insisted she would stay back. That place was home to her, and she never would leave her home. Unknown to them, Uyego was no human but a spirit. She was the guardian of the forest and had existed for over 1,000 years. Her mission was to rescue good people and not allow any harm come near them. But she never reveals her identity to humans so that they wouldn't be scared of her. She could be an old woman, and she could also be a young woman whenever she wanted. All the stories about the villagers banishing her were all made up, and her hut could only be visible whenever she wanted it to be. That was why the first search party couldn't see the hut. She held Dike and Emerem's hand and blessed them. Then she bade them goodbye. As they set off, Emerem turned to bid her goodbye once more, as she wasn't happy to leave her behind. But to her utter amazement, everything had vanished. Fear gripped them, as they now knew that they had been with a god and not a man. The villagers went crazy at the sight of Prince Dike. Everyone was so happy to see him. His mother shed tears of joy. He was a man after the heart of the people. Ezemo was also there to celebrate the prince in person, and a date was fixed immediately for his coronation. It was going to be a double celebration, as he would also be getting married the same day to the love of his life, Emerem. The prince narrated the story of how he found Emerem in the forest and how she was abandoned by her mother, Nnenna. Nnenna was shocked. She couldn't believe it was Emerem standing with the prince. She had changed and looked so beautiful. She cried her heart out when she learned she was the cause of Emerem's misery. Yet, she treated her with so much wickedness. Her sisters, who were all still unmarried, as we were waiting for kings and rich men to come ask for their hand in marriage, were so sorry, as they had all treated Emerem badly. They came closer as they knelt and asked their sister for forgiveness. Emerem had a good heart, and she knew she deserved to be happy and free. The gods had turned her pains into joy. Therefore, she forgave her sisters and her mother. She knew they must have learned their lessons. The villagers stood in shock as the prince openly made his intentions to marry Emerem known. He told them that she was the best thing that had happened to him in his journey. He looked at her with so much love in his eyes, and Emerem loved him too. On a grand occasion, Prince Dike was crowned king alongside his queen Emerem. They got married and lived happily ever after. The king disowned Chike and sent him out of the palace. He was to live like an ordinary man in the village as punishment for what he had done.
This story is about to get even more interesting. Therefore, I really need to know that you are enjoying the story. So, say something in the comment section. Or you can comment whatever it is that you like. I really want to see that you guys are enjoying the story for me to be motivated to post the next story. So please, first of all, subscribe. Secondly, please make sure to like the video. And thirdly, please write a comment, write anything. So, first of all, tell me how interesting the story is and what you've actually learned.
Mma heard the voice and shivered. For years, she hadn't seen any human in this forest, except her mother, and she also didn't want to be seen. She hid behind the trees. "If you are human, please let me see you." Her voice shaking, she replied, "It's better you don't see me, as I look so ugly and scary. I am human, but I look different." The prince laughed. "I don't look any better either. In fact, I'm sure you can't even look worse than me." Once upon a time, In a kingdom that was very beautiful and set on the hills of the eastern parts of Nigeria, there was a very large and rich kingdom called the Abba Kingdom. This kingdom was full of happy people, colorful flowers, and tall trees that whispered in the wind. In this lovely kingdom lived a woman named Nkoli. Nkoli was known by everyone for her stunning beauty and her big, kind heart. She had a smile that could light up the darkest night and hands that were always ready to help. Everyone in the village loved her deeply and spoke wonderful things about her. If anyone needed help, Nkoli was always there. If someone was hungry, she would share her food with them, even if she didn't have much herself. She was very generous and always tried to make others happy. When she was ripe for marriage, Nkoli got married to Nduka, who was famous in the village for playing the flute. His music was so beautiful that it made people dance and smile. When Nkoli and Nduka got married, the whole village was very excited. They celebrated with singing, dancing, and lots of delicious food and gifts. Everyone wished them a life full of happiness and good fortune. The villagers loved Nkoli so much and wanted to see her happy every single day. A few months after Nkoli and Nduka got married, something beautiful happened to them. Nkoli found out she was going to have a baby. This news brought so much joy to her and her husband, Nduka. They were over the moon with happiness. The entire village shared in their joy and celebrated with them. Everyone was excited and couldn't wait to meet the new baby. The villagers loved Nkoli so much and wanted to show her how much they cared. They showered her with love, gifts, and all kinds of help because she had always been so kind and generous to everyone. As Nkoli's baby grew inside her, her body started to change. She began to have unusual cravings for food. Whenever she smelled delicious food cooking, her mouth would start to water, and she couldn't stop herself from wanting to eat it. Sometimes, the cravings were so strong that she would take her plate and go to ask for some food from the neighbor who was cooking. Many of the village women were happy to share their food with Nkoli. They knew she was a good woman and understood that her cravings were because of her pregnancy. They never saw her as a beggar, just a friend in need. But not everyone felt the same way. Some people in the village whispered behind her back. They wondered why she was always asking for food. They would laugh and say mean things like, "Is she the first woman to be pregnant?" Or, "Does she think she is carrying the Messiah?" But those whispers and mockeries didn't stop Nkoli. She continued to beg for food when her cravings got too strong, because she couldn't help it. One hot afternoon, she was resting under a big tree in front of her hut. Suddenly, she smelled the delicious aroma of fresh fish and salad soup cooking nearby. Her mouth started to water, and she tried hard to resist the craving, but she couldn't. She picked up her plate and went to ask for some food, just like she always did. However, this time was different. The woman cooking the soup was one of the people who didn't like Nkoli. As soon as Nkoli asked for some soup, the woman spoke harshly to her. "Nkoli, the entire village did not get you pregnant," she said meanly. "Why are you making a fool of yourself like this? Everyone says Nkoli is a good woman. Nkoli is a good woman. But look at you now. Ta, get out. I don't have food for you." Nkoli felt a chill run through her body. No one had ever spoken to her like that before. She felt embarrassed and hurt. She wondered what she had done to make the woman so angry. Without saying a word, she turned around and walked back to her home. She sat under the tree and began to cry. The harsh words had wounded her deeply, but even more, she really wanted to eat that delicious fish soup. Nkoli sat under the tree, her mind racing as she thought about what to do. She craved the nsala soup badly and had to find a way to satisfy this burning hunger. Then, suddenly, an idea popped into her head. In their village, there was a river called the Nri River. This river was very special to the villagers. There was a shrine for the river goddess, Nri, built on its banks. The villagers believed that the river could solve many problems and bring good things to those who prayed there. What made the river even more special was that it was full of fish of different kinds. But there was a strict rule in the village. No one was allowed to catch fish or eat any fish from the river. It was said that anyone who ate the fish would be stoned to death by the villagers at the river, else the entire village will pay dearly for it. There were old stories about people who had eaten the fish and had been stoned to death. But that was a very long time ago, Nkoli thought. Her great-grandfather and her grandfather had told her those stories, and she had not witnessed it herself. These old men can exaggerate things sometimes. She wanted to eat this fish soup badly, and the fish from the Nri River seemed like the easiest option now. She felt as if she would die if she didn't get to eat this fish. It was afternoon, and people were barely at the river in the afternoon. Determined, Nkoli decided to go to the Nri River, hoping no one would see her. She pretended as if she was just going to the river to pray to the gods. When she arrived at the river, she was surprised and relieved to see that it was very quiet. Usually, there were villagers praying or children playing and swimming, but today it was empty. Mother Luck must have smiled at her. She took out her water pot and caught plenty of fish, easily, because the river was always full of fish. Nkoli hurried back home with the fish. She cleaned them up and prepared her nsala soup. The smell of the soup filled her home, and she couldn't wait to eat it. As she sat down to enjoy her meal, she felt so happy and satisfied. But her joy didn't last long. Suddenly, she heard loud voices outside her home. A group of angry men stormed into her compound, shouting, "Nkoli, Nkoli, where are you?" Her heart skipped a beat. Had someone seen her at the river? She was sure that no one was there when she caught the fish. Unknown to Nkoli, a child had been nearby, hidden in the bushes, defecating. The child saw Nkoli catch the fish and ran home to tell his father. His father, shocked and angry, went to the village elders, and now they had come for Nkoli. The angry men surrounded her home. It was a terrible crime to kill fish from the Nri River, and they were there to take her to the shrine to face the consequences of her action. Nkoli felt her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know what to do or say. She had just wanted to eat fish to satisfy her cravings, but now she was in big trouble. The angry men stood outside Nkoli's hut, singing and chanting in loud, furious voices. Their anger filled the air like a dark cloud. Nkoli knew she had no choice but to step out of her hut. As soon as she did, the men grabbed her and took her away. They continued to sing and chant as they marched her towards the shrine. The noise drew the attention of the villagers, and many people came out to see what was happening. When they saw it was Nkoli, they wept. Some, which hated Nkoli, whispered amongst themselves that Nkoli's cravings had finally gotten her into serious trouble. These women hated Nkoli just because everyone else in the village loved her so much. The men were planning to take Nkoli to the river and there stone her to death. Nkoli felt tears rolling down her cheeks as she begged them to show her mercy. But the men didn't listen. They were too angry to care about her pleas. Finally, they reached the shrine. At the shrine, the chief priest forced Nkoli to kneel by the river. He ordered the men to pick up stones and stone her to death, as it was the punishment meted out to the defaulters. She has desecrated our land, and she deserves to die. Else, she puts everyone in this village in trouble. We can't risk facing the wrath of the gods. Nkoli's heart pounded with fear. She closed her eyes, expecting the worst. But just then, an order came from the king. The king had heard what was happening and had sent a messenger with a command to spare Nkoli's life. Instead of being killed, she was to be sent to the abandoned part of the village as punishment for her sin, and the gods would be appeased with sacrifices and cleansing. It turned out that some of the women who had seen her earlier had gone to the palace to beg the king for mercy. These women remembered all the kind things Nkoli had done for them and couldn't bear to see her die such a painful death. The king, ever compassionate, was moved by their pleas, and remembering Nkoli's kindness, he decided to save her life. The chief priest of the shrine was furious, but he had to obey the king's order. After all, the king was the highest authority in the land after the gods. In anger, he cursed her unborn child. We shall not bear the misfortune of a woman who has been exempted from facing the punishment of her sin. She has brought a curse upon this land, but her unborn child shall bear this curse instead, he roared in anger. Nkoli was spared and was sent to live in the abandoned part of the village, far away from the people she loved. There, she was to spend the rest of her life, living like an outcast. The people were sad, but it was still better than being stoned to death. After all, there is hope for the living. Nkoli's husband, Nduka, was deeply disappointed when he heard what his wife had done. She could have just waited for me, he cried. He refused to have anything to do with her, saying that she carried a curse from the gods, and he didn't want her to bring bad luck to him or his family. Nduka's rejection added to Nkoli's pain, making her feel even more alone and sad. Every day, she would sit in front of her small hut, crying and regretting ever allowing her cravings destroy the happy life she had built. She was an orphan and had no one else except her brother. Every day, she prayed to the gods, asking for mercy and also interceding on behalf of her unborn child. My baby is innocent. Please, spare us, she would cry. In the abandoned part of the village, where Nkoli now lived, a few of her friends still sneaked out to visit and help her in their own small ways. But it was not often. Most of the time, Nkoli was alone facing the challenges of her new life all by herself. As her pregnancy progressed,
It became harder for her. She was nearing her delivery date and had no one to support her during this painful and difficult time. Nkoli would often sit and cry for hours, feeling utterly alone and rejected by the world. She always reminded herself that she was the root cause of her misfortune. One morning, Nkoli's friend Uju came to visit her. When she looked at Nkoli, she noticed that Nkoli wasn't really looking okay. "You look like you're going to give birth soon," Uju said. But Nkoli was too weak to even respond. Not long after Uju's arrival, Nkoli went into labor. She cried out in pain. Panic-stricken, Uju ran back to the village to fetch the midwife. But before they could return, Nkoli had already given birth to her baby. It was a baby girl. But something was not right. The baby looked very different and almost abnormal and scary. They stared at the baby with shock in their eyes. Despite their astonishment, the midwife did her duty and cleaned up both Nkoli and her new baby. However, she couldn't shake off the strange feeling about the baby's appearance. By nightfall, the news of Nkoli's strange-looking baby had spread throughout the village. People were whispering and gossiping about the abnormal child. Many assumed that the baby's stature was a result of the curse from the chief priest. The gods seemed to have punished her for the abomination she committed, they whispered among themselves. Nkoli was sad. "Look what I've brought upon my child," she cried. She would sneak out at night, offering several sacrifices to appease the gods of Nri. She prayed for mercy upon her child, but her baby remained that way. Nkoli would hold her baby close, tears streaming down her face. The baby looked different, but to her, the baby was precious and the closest family she had. She knew she had brought this upon the child, and she made a promise to herself and her baby that she would love and take good care of her, no matter what anyone said or thought. Your limitations would never stop you from being what you were destined to be. In your lifetime, you will give hope to people, she would always say to her baby. "Let my wrongs be upon me and not you." Despite her determination, the villagers' gossip didn't stop. Many would come to visit, pretending to welcome the new baby. But in reality, they just wanted to see if the rumors were true. They would stare at the baby, their eyes wide with curiosity and judgment. Nkoli could feel their whispers and sneers, but she tried her best to ignore them. She focused all her energy on loving and caring for her child. Nkoli and her baby, Mma, became objects of ridicule in the village. Many people began to see them as cursed. Can you imagine what she calls a child? A baby that looks like a 90-year-old woman, they would say. That woman must be evil, they concluded. The woman who was once loved by the entire village now found herself alone. No one wanted to have anything to do with her. Whenever people saw her, they judged her and threw ugly words at her. But this never made Nkoli hate her child. She cared for her like it was no one's business. Nkoli named the child Mma, which meant beauty. This made people laugh even more because they thought Mma was the opposite of beautiful. As Mma grew, her mother would always send her out to the village to mix up with other village children. She wanted her daughter to be happy and feel accepted. Mma noticed the way people always stared at her as if she had four heads whenever she walked through the village. And no child wanted to be her friend and talk more of playing with her. They all mocked and bullied her, calling her an evil spirit. Whenever they saw her, They would scream, evil spirits, chasing her around the village square. They were overjoyed to watch her sit in the village square crying. You need to see her. Her face looks so funny whenever she cries. One could hardly tell if she were a male or female. To these children, they were having fun. Mma was a big topic in the village. Sometimes, children would visit their home just to mock and throw stones at Mma when Nkoli was not at home. This was a very painful experience for the little girl as she felt alone and dejected. One night, with tears streaming down her face, Mma called out to her mother, "Mama, why do people hate me this way? Why do I look so different?" Nkoli was deeply hurt. She had hoped her daughter would mix with other children and live a normal life. But she had been wrong. She should have known that Mma would never be accepted. She looked nothing like them. She looked sickly, old, and very thin. As she listened to her daughter's painful words, she held her hands and looked deep into her eyes. "You look different because you are special," Nkoli said gently. "People hate what they fear, and they fear your greatness. They fear that you are what they can never be. That's why they hate you. But don't worry, you have me and you are a blessed child." Mma embraced her mother, feeling a bit better after hearing those comforting words. From that day on, Mma stopped leaving the hut. She stayed indoors all day to avoid the villagers mocking her and the children bullying her. But this wasn't a solution, as they soon came to find her. One day, while Nkoli went to the market to sell her farm produce and buy some food for herself and Mma, some wicked children came to make fun of Mma. They hadn't seen her for a while and had hidden themselves close to Nkoli's house, closely monitoring when she would leave, so they could visit her to taunt and torture her for fun, as they usually did. To them, this was just play, and she was their object. They knocked on the door and Mma, thinking it was her mother, opened it. The children then dragged her out and began to push her around and flog her. As Mma cried and pleaded with them to stop, they only flogged her harder, laughing loudly. This was fun for them. They beat her until she lay on the ground very weak. Then they burst into a chant. "What is she, a skeleton, no blood?" the others would reply. "What is she, an evil spirit roaming through our village?" They chanted these cruel songs until they were exhausted. Then they left Mma and ran back home, satisfied that they had punished the evil spirit in their village. When Nkoli returned home, she found her daughter lying in front of the hut, almost lifeless. "Mma!" she shouted, rushing towards her. She lifted Mma up and cried, "Who has done this to you, my child?" She wept bitterly. She ran inside to get some herbs and began to administer them to Mma. For days, Nkoli sat with her daughter in their hut, crying and praying to the gods not to allow her die. Mma was the only thing she had. The gods heard her prayers, and after a few days, Mma began to get better. "Mama," Mma cried after she was fully recovered, "I don't want to stay here anymore. Everyone hates me, and I look different. Please take me away from here," she pleaded. Nkoli knew she had to do something. She had done all she could, and it seemed like no miracle was forthcoming. She couldn't bear coming home one day to find her daughter dead. She needed to move Mma away, out of the village, just to keep her safe. She found someone from a faraway village to build a small hut deep in the forest. She didn't want anyone from the village to find out where she had hidden her daughter. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Mma. No matter what she looked like, she was still her child. Nkoli visited her daughter frequently, bringing food and keeping her company whenever she could. She was careful not to let anyone follow her, as she didn't want anyone discovering the hideout and hurting Mma. Living in the forest, Mma felt very lonely. When her mother wasn't with her, she would sit in front of her hut, looking so sad. One day, as she sat in front of her hut gazing at the trees in the forest, a tune just dropped in her heart, and she began to sing. She sang and sang. She was so happy. She realized that singing made her peaceful and calm. It was as if all her problems disappeared instantly, and in those moments she felt free. This discovery brought Mma great joy. Every day, she would sing and dance around the forest, feeling like the trees and animals were her audience. The birds would stop chirping, and leaves would stop rustling, as if they were listening to her beautiful songs. Mma would sing until she was tired. Then she would go back to her hut and fall asleep. Over time, Mma began to enjoy her life in the forest. She found freedom there, away from the harsh words and cruel actions of the villagers. In the forest, she could be herself. No one was there to throw stones and call her names. She could dance and sing to her heart's content, and the forest became her magical kingdom. The days passed, and Mma's song grew more beautiful. She sang about the trees, the flowers, and the animals that lived around her. She made up stories and sang them out loud, imagining herself as part of the forest's wonderful world. She would twirl and spin, her laughter echoing through the trees. The forest, once a place of fear and hiding, became a place of joy and happiness for Mma. Nkoli, though worried about her daughter's loneliness, was relieved to see Mma's happiness. Every time she visited, she found Mma smiling and content. Mma would run to her mother, singing about her day and the new things she had discovered. Nkoli listened with a heart full of love, happy that her daughter had found a way to be joyful despite everything. Meanwhile, in that same kingdom lived a very wealthy and kind king named King Dike. King Dike was not just rich. He had a heart full of love and generosity. His people loved and respected him deeply because he was truly a great king. He always listened to their problems and tried his best to help everyone. Under King Dike's rule, the entire kingdom flourished. This means that everything grew and became better. The fields were full of healthy crops. The markets were busy with people selling and buying goods, and the rivers were clear and full of fish. The villages in the kingdom experienced rapid and visible growth. Houses were built, schools were established, and the roads were well maintained. Even the smallest village in the kingdom was not neglected. King Dike made sure that every single village, no matter how small, got the attention it deserved, and help is needed. King Dike loved to travel around his kingdom to see how his people were doing. He would ride in his grand chariots, waving to everyone he met. The villagers would cheer and wave back, feeling very proud to have such a wonderful king. He would stop to talk to the children, asking them about their studies and dreams. He would listen to the elders, respecting their wisdom and learning from their experiences. He was married to a stunningly beautiful woman named Oji. The king and Queen Oji loved each other deeply, and their love was evident in everything they did. They ruled the kingdom together, and the king never made any important decision without first discussing it with his beloved queen. Their partnership was strong and filled with mutual respect and support. The king and queen were overjoyed when they had their first child, a son whom they named Ralu. He was not only their first child, but also their only child. Despite many attempts, Queen Oji was unable to conceive again after Ralu's birth. However, the king loved his queen so much that he refused to take another wife, even though it was customary for kings to have as many wives as they wanted, especially if they wanted more heirs. His love for Oji was unwavering and he valued her above all else. Ralu was the apple of their eyes. They cherished him and did everything they could to raise him properly and protect him. Ralu grew up surrounded by love and care. He had a curious mind and a brave heart, always eager for new adventures. From a young age, he was fascinated by the world beyond the palace. The king and queen were always very protective of him because he was their only child and the heir to the throne. But Prince Ralu would often beg his parents to let him go out and explore the kingdom. He loved touring the village, talking to the people, learning about their culture and riding through the forest. The king and queen, understanding their son's adventurous spirit, allowed him to explore under the watchful eyes of trusted guards. One of Prince Ralu's favorite places was the quiet forest. He loved the tall trees, the chirping birds, and the peaceful rivers. He felt a special connection with nature. The sound of the flowing water and the rustling of leaves made him feel calm and happy. He would often sit by the rivers, watching the fish swim and listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. Prince Ralu also loved the mountains. Oh, how he loved those mountains! He loved climbing them and sitting at the top, admiring the beauty of his kingdom. From the mountain, he could see everything: the villages, the forests, and the rivers. He felt like he was on top of the world. In the evenings, he would sit there quietly, watching the sunset and enjoying the breathtaking view. The beauty of the kingdom spread out before him and made him feel incredibly happy. Even though the king and queen worried about him, they knew how much he loved these adventures. They saw how happy it made him, and they couldn't help but smile when they saw the joy in his eyes. Prince Ralu's love for nature and his adventurous spirit reminded them of themselves when they were young. Prince Ralu's love for nature and adventure brought him closer to his people and his kingdom. He understood their lives and their needs, and they knew that he cared deeply about them. He was not just a prince, he was a friend and a protector to everyone in the kingdom. The king and the queen were very proud of their son. They knew that one day he would be a great king just like his father, and the people of the kingdom looked forward to that day, knowing that with the Prince Ralu as their future king, their kingdom would continue to be a place of happiness, growth, and beauty. But then, something unexpected happened. One evening, Prince Ralu was riding through the forest as he usually did. He felt adventurous and decided to explore a part of the forest he had never seen before. As he was riding, something caught his eyes. It was a very big udara tree and was full of ripe golden fruits. Prince Ralu's eyes lit up with excitement. Udara was his favorite, and he loved it more than anything else. Without a second thought, he jumped down from his horse and ran to the tree. There he picked up one of the ripe udara fruits and took a bite. The fruit melted in his mouth like honey. It was the sweetest, most delicious fruit he had ever tasted. He closed his eyes and savored the taste, feeling more joy. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be to enjoy this fruit every day. Eager to have more of the fruits, Prince Ralu picked more and placed them in a bag. He then mounted his horse and rode back home, feeling incredibly happy and content. He couldn't wait to relax and enjoy the rest of the fruits he had picked. He couldn't resist the urge to eat the remaining fruits, so he quickly devoured them as soon as he got to his room. Feeling satisfied, he drifted off to sleep. But the next morning, everything changed. The prince woke up feeling strange. As he got out of bed, he noticed something was very different. He walked over to the mirror and was horrified by what he saw. A loud scream escaped his lips. Hearing the scream, his mother, the queen, rushed into his room. She nearly screamed her lungs out when she saw him, terrified by the figure standing before her. It looked like an ape, or something else she couldn't recognize. But when it spoke, she realized it was her son. "My son," she cried, moving closer to him. "What has happened to you?" The prince, just as confused as she was, began to cry. "I just woke up this way," he said, through his tears. The queen was heartbroken. "Stay here while I get your father. No one else must see you like this." She hurried to find the king, her heart pounding with fear. When the king saw his son, he was equally shocked. What could have happened, he asked, bewildered. They decided they needed answers, and quickly the king sent for the chief priest, telling the messenger that it was an urgent matter. The chief priest arrived at the palace as fast as he could. He was led into the king's private chambers, away from prying eyes. The king explained the situation, and the chief priest immediately began his rituals. He performed incantations and spoke in the mysterious language of the gods. The king, queen, and the prince watched anxiously, hoping for a solution. After a long time, the chief priest shook his head and finally stopped. He looked at them with a grave eyes. "The prince has eaten the fruits of the spirits in the evil forest," he revealed. "The spirit has cast a spell on him as punishment to what he has done." What Prince Ralu didn't know was that the Udara tree he had found was no ordinary tree. It was a sacred tree, and its fruits were known as the fruits of the spirits. These fruits were meant only for the gods, and no mortal was supposed to taste them. Eating these fruits could bring great trouble to anyone who was not a spirit. The queen let out a loud wail. "I'm finished though, my son." "What do we do now?" the king asked, desperate for solution. The chief priest shook his head. "I don't know. The gods have refused to say anything else. We must try to appease them. They are very angry with the prince." The news was like a heavy stone in their hearts. The king and the queen were overwhelmed with grief and worry. They knew they had to act fast to save their son. The queen hugged the prince lightly, her tears wetting his monstrous face. The king, trying to stay strong, decided they would prepare offerings and perform rituals to calm the spirits of the forest. The days passed, and the palace was filled with the sound of prayers and ritual. The king and queen did everything they could, think of. To please the gods, he offered sacrifices, sang sacred songs, and even asked the villagers to join in the prayers. The whole kingdom was concerned, but they kept the true reason for the rituals a secret to protect the prince's dignity. All their efforts to restore the prince to his normal state seemed to be in vain. The last solution preferred by the chief priest was that only true love could break the evil spell on the prince. Udara was a fruit of love, and only love could break its spell. But everyone knew it was an impossible mission. Of course, who would love the prince in this state? It was scary to even look upon. I'm afraid he would have to die this way if he doesn't find true love, the chief priest said. The royal family was devastated. The prince was confined to a room, and he was overwhelmed with frustration and sadness. He had cried until he could cry no more. Weeks turned into months, and the king and queen became increasingly despondent. Despite following all the chief priest's instruction, nothing changed. In their desperation, they decided to wait, holding on to the hope that one day a miracle would occur. The prince was kept in a secret room within the palace, hidden from everyone. No one was allowed to enter that room except the queen, who took it upon herself to care for her son. The queen knew that if the villagers discovered the prince's monstrous transformation, the king's younger brother Agu would seize the opportunity to claim the throne. Without an heir, their rule was precarious. The palace, once filled with laughter and activity, became eerily quiet. The corridors echoed with silence, and the cheerful atmosphere was replaced with an air of gloom. It was as if a dark cloud had settled over the royal household, making it feel as though the king had already passed away. Years went by, and the villagers started to notice the prince's absence. Questions began to circulate. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the prince. During the last few yam festivals, the prince had not made an appearance, and the villagers seemed to miss him a lot. They missed seeing him parade through the village with his charming smile and regal demeanor. One day, as a group of maidens walked to the stream, they talked among themselves. "The prince has been missing for so long," one of them said. "Do you think he's still alive?" "And what kind of question is that?" Another lady urged her. "How can you speak such words? The prince is not dead." "How do you know?" Another interrupted her. Despite the attempts to hush such talk, rumors continued to spread like wildfire through the village. People whispered in hushed tones, speculating about the fate of the prince. The uncertainty and mystery only fueled their curiosity and concern. One evening, Agu decided to visit the king. After being offered kola, the king spoke. "What do I owe this visit, brother?" he asked, his tone wary. Agu was the king's stepbrother, and he is the only brother the king has. "I'm worried about you and your throne, your majesty," Agu replied. "I want to know what has happened to the prince. There are so many rumors flying around the village, and it has been like a very long time since I last saw the prince." The king's eyes narrowed. "Have you come to mock me, Agu? I know you, and I know you do not have my best interests at heart. My son is fine, and everyone will see him when the time is right." Agu, sensing the king's anger, bowed slightly. "I mean no disrespect, my king, I only wish for the well-being of our family and our kingdom." The king laughed. "I know you, Agu. And when did the well-being of our family and kingdom begin to mean so much to you? You were just a baby when our father died and I became the king. But you grew up and chose to stand against me. You want this throne badly, and you think I don't know? But what worries me is what you intend to do with it." He dismissed Agu's concerns, but inside, his heart was heavy with worry. He knew that the longer the prince remained hidden, the more dangerous the situation became. The villagers' curiosity was growing, and Agu's ambitions were becoming more apparent. The queen, seeing the toll it was taking on her husband, tried to comfort him, but she too was deeply troubled. Every morning, she would visit the prince in his hidden room, taking food to him and sitting with him for hours. She would tell him stories of the outside world, trying to keep his spirits up. The prince listened, his heart aching with longing for the life he once had. He missed the sun on his face, the laughter of the villagers, and the feeling of freedom. One particular quiet night, the queen sat beside the prince, her eyes filled with tears. "We will find a way, my son," she whispered. "I promise you, we will find a way to make things right." The prince nodded, but inside he felt a deep sadness. He knew his mother was trying to be strong for him, but he could see the pain in her eyes. He wanted nothing more than to be normal again, to walk among the villagers and feel their love and respect. Agu, the king's brother, couldn't stop thinking about his recent visit to the palace. The king's words, "Have you come to mock me?" kept echoing in his ears. What does the king mean by that statement? And why was he hiding the prince? Agu had noticed that the king looked lean and unhappy. Something was definitely wrong, and he needed to find out what it was. One evening, Agu's wife Oge noticed her husband's troubled expression and approached him. "My husband," she said gently, "you look troubled. What is bothering you? You can tell me anything." Agu sighed and looked at his wife. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to confide in her. "I think there is something about the prince that the king is hiding. He may even be dead." Oge's eyes widened with excitement. "If something is wrong with the prince, then you become the next king, right?" "Yes," Agu responded, his voice trailing off. Oge's eyes sparkled with ambition. "We can't take any chances. We need to find out the truth and expose the king. This is the opportunity we've always been waiting for, and now the gods have made it easy for us. I wish the prince were dead, and I can't wait to be the queen and live in the royal mansion." "But the king built it himself," Agu pointed out. "He built it with your father's wealth and money. We are only taking what belongs to us," Oge insisted. Agu was silent for a moment, deep in thought. "How do we go about this?" he finally asked. "Trust me," Oge said with a confident smile. "I have a plan." She leaned in closer and began to share her scheme with her husband. Agu listened, his excitement growing as she spoke. They would find a spy to disguise as a beggar and approach the palace, begging the king for a job. The king, known for his kindness, would offer the beggar a position. The spy would then work his way into the hearts of the king and queen, uncovering their secrets. Agu smiled, feeling a surge of excitement and determination. He was certain that the king was hiding something, and now they had a plan to uncover the truth. The next day, Oge and Agu set their plan into motion. They sought out a man named Obinna, known for his cunning ability to blend into any situation. They explained their plan to him and he agreed to help in exchange for a promise of wealth and power once Agu became king. Obinna transformed himself into a beggar with tattered clothes and a pitiful appearance. He made his way to the palace gates, where he pleaded with the guards to let him see the king. "Please, I am just a poor man looking for work. I beg you to let me speak to the king," he said, his voice trembling with faint desperation. The guards, moved by his plea, took him to see the king. True to his kind nature, the king offered Obinna a job in the palace. Obinna expressed his gratitude and began working in the palace, slowly earning the trust of the king and queen. It had been a long time, and the prince's patience was wearing thin. He was tired of staying hidden in his secluded room and longed to experience the outside world again. He missed walking around the village, exploring the forest, and admiring the breathtaking view from the mountains. One day, he thought to himself, "I can't stay here forever." The prince decided it was time to act. The queen usually brought him food every morning, and after that, she wouldn't see him again until the next morning. He realized that he could use this time to his advantage. When the palace was quiet, he would sneak out through a hidden passage in the palace wall and escape into the forest. He had been confined for 15 years, and he couldn't bear it any longer. The prince began sneaking out of the palace to enjoy nature as he used to. The first time he stepped into the forest, the feeling was overwhelming. He couldn't contain his excitement. He missed the outside world so much and wished he could explore everywhere all at once. He headed for the mountains, his favorite place, and climbed to the top. Sitting there, he admired the beautiful kingdom spread out before him. He wished he could walk through his village again and see all the beautiful familiar faces. The forest looked just as it always had, full of life and beauty. As he sat there, lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice singing in the forest. He turned his head, trying to find the source of the beautiful melody, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at all. The voice was like nothing he had ever heard before, soft as silk, yet powerful enough to stir deep emotions within him. Its melodies melted his heart and brought tears to his eyes. He sat there, quietly listening, letting the enchanting music fill his soul. When he had finally had his fill of the forest and the music, he headed back to the palace, wondering who could be responsible for singing such a beautiful song in the forest. That night, the voice continued to echo in his mind, and for the first time in years, he slept soundly. The next day, he set out for the forest, but this time, he not only wanted to enjoy nature, but also wanted to experience a magical singing voice in the forest, and that day was one of its kind. It was exceptional, and he couldn't resist the urge to seek out the singing goddess in the forest. Her voice made him feel alive, and he really wanted to see who it was. With determination, the prince stood up and began to follow the enchanting voice. He walked deeper into the forest, his heart pounding with anticipation. The melody grew louder and more beautiful as he followed it. He moved through the trees, over streams and across meadows, always keeping the sound in his ears. As he walked, he thought about the singer. Who could possess such a magical voice? He imagined what she might look like. A beautiful goddess of the forest, perhaps. His curiosity and excitement grew with each step. He had never felt such a strong desire to meet someone before. Finally, he reached a clearing in the forest where the voice seemed to be the strongest. He looked around, but there was no one in sight. The song continued, filling the air with its haunting beauty. He stood still, listening, and then called out, "Who are you? Please, let me see you." For a moment, there was silence. Mma heard the voice and shivered. For years, she hadn't seen any human in this forest except her mother, who was sick and wasn't really as frequent as she used to be. And she also didn't want to be seen. She hid behind the trees. "If you are human, please let me see you." Her voice shaking, she replied, "It's better you don't see me, as I look so ugly and scary. I am human, but I look different." The prince laughed. "I don't look any better either. In fact, I'm sure you can't even look worse than me. I still want to see you." It was a mix of fear and curiosity that made her look. Her heart jumped. The voice sounded human, but the creature before her looked like an ape. Cold shivers ran down her spine, and fear shook her to the core. Was he going to harm her? What would he do if he found her? Her mind raced with panic until she heard his voice again. "I'm not going to hurt you," the prince called out gently. "I just love your songs and want to see you and spend some time with you. I am harmless, I promise." She hesitated, but his words sounded sincere and kind. Could he be a special spirit, she wondered. Decided to trust him, she slowly stepped out from behind the trees, her heart pounding. The prince was taken aback when he saw her. She was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. Her voice was so powerful and beautiful, but she looked so skinny, tiny and ugly. It was hard to believe that such a wonderful voice could come from this weird figure. He wondered if she was even human. Mma and the prince sat under the tree a few feet apart, both feeling nervous and curious. They didn't say anything at first, just stealing glances at each other. Each of them were trying to understand the other, wondering why they looked so strange. After a while, the prince spoke softly. "I know you must be curious about me, but I am human. I've been hiding for many years. I look this way because a spell was cast on me by the evil spirits of the forest for eating their precious fruits. I couldn't bear to stay locked in a room anymore. I enjoy my adventures in the forest and have decided to come see it again. But then I heard your voice. It made me feel something that I've never felt in a long time. I just want us to be friends." Mma listened quietly, her fear slowly melting away. "I was also cursed for something my mother did when she was pregnant with me. I looked different and couldn't bear the pain and mockery from the villagers. I almost got killed at some point, and then my mother decided to hide me in the forest. I've been living here for a very long time," she replied.
Singing makes me feel happy and free. They continued to sit in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, listening to their unspoken words. Finally, the prince looked at Uma and said, "I may look different, but inside I'm still a person. I need someone to talk to and share my days with." Uma's heart softened. She could see the sadness in his eyes and she felt a deep empathy for him. "I will be your friend," she said quietly. "We can meet and talk, and I will sing for you whenever you want. I don't live too far from here." A smile spread across the prince's face. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. From that day on, Uma and the prince met regularly in the forest. They talked about their lives, their dreams, and their fears. Uma sang her beautiful songs and the prince listened, feeling a warmth in his heart that he hadn't felt in years. As time went by, their friendship grew stronger. Uma learned to look beyond the prince's appearance, seeing the kind and gentle person he truly was. The prince, in turn, cherished Uma's company and the joy her music brought him. He could see that beneath this ugly surface lay the most beautiful hearts he had ever seen. Their meetings became the highlights of their days. Uma would sing and the prince would share stories of his life before the chorus. They laughed together, cried together, and found comfort in each other's presence. The forest, once a place of loneliness and fear, became a haven of friendship and hope for both Uma and the prince. They found in each other a bond that transcended appearances, a connection that brought light into their lives. Meanwhile, the spy Obinna was very busy trying his best to win the hearts of the king. Obinna was a very skillful flute player. Whenever he noticed that the king was sad, he would go to the palace and play his flute. The sweet soothing music touched the king's heart always and helped him calm down. Obinna was always trying his best to make the king happy. Sometimes he would tell funny jokes that made the king laugh. Other times he would tell the king interesting stories or offer him words of encouragement. Obinna was just too kind, and the king grew to love him very much. The king could hardly finish a sentence without mentioning Obinna. "I love that young man so much. He always makes me happy, and I wish he was my son," the king said to the queen one day. But the queen was not happy. "I do not like that young man," she said. "He is good and all, but I see the way his eyes move around everywhere. Don't you think he's here on a mission? We do not know him from anywhere, and suddenly he's here, being all nice and perfect." The king laughed. "Honey, I think you are stressed out and worry too much. I'll call Obinna to play his magical flute so you can feel better. Obinna is God sent to us, and you think too much." This was how the king dismissed the queen's concerns, and Obinna continued his evil assignment in the palace. He was so good at it. Obinna's plans was to get as close to the king as possible. He used his charm and musical talents to gain the king's trust. Every day, he would find new ways to please the king. He brought flowers from the garden, prepared special teas, and even helped the king with his daily task. The more Obinna did, the more the king adored him. The queen, however, continued to observe Obinna with suspicion. She watched him closely, noticing the little things that seemed off. His eagerness to please, his constant presence, and the way he seemed to know just what to say and do. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Obinna than met the eye. But then, she couldn't force her instincts on her husband. He loved and trusted Obinna so much, and she just prayed he was right. One evening, the king had a particularly rough day.
He was worried about the kingdom and the mysterious absence of his son. Obinna noticed the king's distress and immediately brought out his flute. He played a soft, calming tune that filled the room with peace. The king closed his eyes and let the music wash over him, feeling all his worries melt away. After the performance, Obinna sat by the king and said, "Your Majesty, you are a great king and your people love you, and you have done so much for the kingdom. Sometimes, even the greatest needs to rest and trust that everything will be alright." The king smiled and patted Obinna on the neck. "Thank you, Obinna. Your words and music always bring me much comfort. I don't know what I would do without you." "Yes, Your Majesty," Obinna continued, his voice gentle. "My father, before he died, would always say to me that even the strongest sometimes need comfort. You can tell me anything whenever you feel like it. I'll be here to support you." The king was silent as tears rolled down his cheeks. "I have worked so hard to build this kingdom and I can't bear to lose it," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. Obinna pretended to be confused. "Why would you lose your kingdom?" he asked. But before he could get an answer, the king stood up abruptly and ran into his private chamber, leaving Obinna alone. Meanwhile, Prince Ralu and Mma continued their friendship in the forest. Mma would sing and dance around the trees, her voice filling the air with beautiful melodies, while Ralu sat nearby enjoying her songs. The music brought him a sense of peace and took away his troubles. When Mma wasn't singing, Ralu would take her up the mountains and they would sit together watching the village below. This thrilled Mma as she hadn't seen her village for 15 years. The sight of it filled her with indescribable excitement. On the mountain, they would share stories about their lives. Ralu felt deep sorrow when he heard how Mma had been bullied by the village children. Despite their growing closeness, Ralu kept his identity as a prince a secret from Mma, fearing it might change their friendship. One evening, the king sat in his palace feeling especially weary and sent for Obinna to play his flute. Obinna, eager to please, came in immediately and began playing and praising the king. That day, his performance was exceptional and the king's spirits were lifted. After he finished, the king asked Obinna to sit by him. The king then opened up, sharing his deepest secrets, one known only by himself, the queen, and the chief priest. Obinna was shocked by what he heard. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he held the king's hand. "Your Majesty, I'm so sorry to hear this. This must be too much for you to bear, but be strong. I pray a miracle happens." The king smiled weakly. "I fear we've done our best and nothing has worked," he said. They both sat in silence, the king worrying about his kingdom and Obinna processing what he had just learned. That night, under the cover of darkness, Obinna sneaked out to the palace to meet with Agu, the king's brother. He relayed everything he had heard. Agu was astonished. "You mean the prince now looks like an ape?" he asked, a grin spreading across his face. He laughed excitedly. "This is great news. For this job well done, I will pay you more." Obinna nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and guilt. "When I become the king," Agu boasted, "I will make you my chief advisor. You are so wise and perfect." The plan was working perfectly, but seeing the king's pain up close had stirred something inside Obinna. He pushed those feelings aside, focusing on the reward. Agu handed him a pouch of gold coins and they discussed their next steps. As days passed, Obinna continued to charm the king and gather more information, while Ralu and Mma's bond grew stronger in the forest. Ralu cherished his time with Mma, finding solace in her presence and her songs. Mma in turn found joy and companionship in Ralu, though she still didn't know his true identity. The king had grown so fond of Obinna that one day, during one of their usual discussions, he looked at Obinna with great affection and said, "I wish you were my son, or that there was a way I could just adopt you. I love you so much. You are so wise and you've been a great help to me. From now on, you are no longer a servant in this palace." Tears welled up in Obinna's eyes, but inside his mind was racing. A brilliant yet greedy idea struck him. If the king were to adopt him, he could become the next king. He would have more riches than Agu had ever promised him. His eyes gleamed with ambition and greed as he realized the opportunity before him. He needed a plan. He had worked hard to gain the king's trust, and now it was time to be rewarded handsomely. That night, Obinna couldn't sleep. He lay awake dreaming of his future as a new king and the immense wealth he would acquire. An idea began to form in his mind. He would betray Agu and reveal his secrets to the king. This would eliminate Agu as a threat, and the king would banish him from the village. Obinna chuckled to himself, pleased with his cunning idea. "I'm so smart," he said. Unknown to Obinna, Agu had already taken steps to secure his own power. Firstly, he had met with the village elders and shared the secrets about the prince with them. He bribed them with many coins and promised them greater rewards if they supported his claim to the throne. "It is my turn to be king, since the current king has no heir," Agu declared. On the day of the new yam festival, the whole village will learn the truth and the king will be ashamed. "When I become king, I will build you all modern houses and give you vast lands. All I ask for is your support." Agu was manipulative and persuasive. How can the king hide the truth about his son? "From even you, the elders," he questioned. "He has fooled everyone, showing no regard for you." The elders, swayed by Agu's words and bribes, agreed to support him. They repeatedly asked him if he was telling the truth about the prince, and Agu assured them he was. The new yam festival was only a few days away, and Agu had chosen that day to disgrace the king and dethrone him if he did not present the prince. He didn't fully trust Obinna and felt that Obinna might betray him. So, from the beginning, he had planted a spy to monitor Obinna's actions in the palace. She was a girl, and her name was Amaka, a beautiful palace maiden who had caught Obinna's eye. Obinna had even promised to marry her once he had enough money, and left the palace. That night, Obinna, feeling overjoyed by his impending success, drank a lot of palm wine and went straight to Amaka's chamber. She welcomed him warmly and offered him more drinks. As Obinna became intoxicated, he let slip his wicked plan. "Agu thinks he's smart," he laughed, "but I'm smarter. The king loves me so much now and he sees me as his son. I will get Agu out of the picture and become the king. Then you will be my queen." Amaka smiled as she poured him more wine, but inside she was calculating. The next day she reported everything to Agu. Furious but determined, Agu realized he needed to act quickly to neutralize Obinna. He couldn't afford to let his plan be ruined. Agu thanked Amaka profusely. He had promised to make her his second wife once he secured the throne. He began plotting his next move. He was going to use Obina's betrayal to his advantage. He was going to eliminate him before he ruined all his plans, and he needed to act quickly. Meanwhile, Obina continued to enjoy the king's favor. The king showered him with gifts and privileges, seeing him almost as a son. Obina felt invincible, unaware of the storm brewing around him. The New Yam Festival was just 2 days away, and it was usually a very big event in the village. There were lots of masquerades of different kinds, lots of music, dances, foods. The villagers would dress in the most beautiful attire, and the palace was always bustling. It was a great event that kept everyone in high spirits. Agu could not stop smiling. He just couldn't wait to see the king broken and publicly embarrassed. He had sent for Obina, and he sat in front of his hut patiently waiting for him. When Obina arrived, Agu told him he had discovered some gold in a part of the forest and needed them both to find a place to hide it. We could sell it and make enough money out of it, he said to Obina. He knew Obina was greedy, and this was a good bait to trap him. Obina was excited in his heart. He thought to himself that since he was going to eliminate Agu, he would have all the gold to himself. He would be the richest king that ever lived. When they got to the forest, Agu showed him a spot and asked him to dig it. As Obina bent to dig, Agu took out a machete and cut off Obina's head. He dug the soil and buried him there. There was one more thing he needed to do. There was no point keeping Prince Ralu alive. Obina had told him that he usually sneaked to the forest every day. He was going to hire a hunter to trail him, kill him, and then bring his dead body to him. Agu was bloodthirsty and wanted power badly. He needed no one to stand on his way of becoming the king. Plus the expression on the king's face when he sees the dead body of his monstrous son would be the highlight of the event. He wanted to see him cry like a baby. His plans worked out smoothly. He got a hunter from another town and paid him handsomely. That evening, the prince was heading to the forest as usual, excited to meet with his now best friend Ma, when he heard gunshots. It pierced deep into his belly, and 2 more bullets came and knocked him down. He lay lifeless on the floor. Ma heard the first gunshot and ran out. She hid behind the tree and watched. She almost screamed when she saw Ral slump into the ground. She waited, and when she heard no more sounds and footsteps, she ran out and held Ral. She cried, her voice echoing through the forest. "Please don't leave me," she begged, holding him and hoping he would come back to life. Her heart shattered into pieces. It seemed as if her spirit was leaving her. She had grown to love him so much and couldn't bear the pain of losing him. As she cried, she closed her eyes and burst into singing. She sang, her voice shaking. The forest shook as pains echoed through her. She poured her soul out through her songs. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the forest and the leaves began to shake. The wounds of the prince began to heal immediately, and then someone touched her, drawing her back to consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked to see a very handsome man sitting before her and smiling. She looked around, searching for the prince, but he was sitting right on the spot where Raleigh lay. "Where is he?" she asked. Then the young man spoke. It was Raleigh. She had heard his voice. Tears ran down her eyes as she watched him with a shocked expression. She wondered what had happened to him. Mma didn't know that her voice carried a healing power. She could cure all manner of sickness and even resurrect the dead with her songs. She searched for the bullet injury and everything was gone. When she had poured out her soul in tears, it sent out a signal immediately. She was in love with the prince, and only love could break the evil spell. Prince Ralu was now entirely free. Mma was glad that Ralu was now free, but a rush of sadness washed over her. He was going to leave her and go back to his normal life. Then she would die alone in the forest. Except for her mom, who visited her occasionally, she was alone. The prince, reading her thoughts, swept her into his arms. "You think I'm going to leave you? Never. You made me feel alive when I was dying inside. Trust me, I see you. Your heart is the most beautiful thing in the world. You saved my life. I don't know, but I know you are a precious gift, and I can't do life without you." He held her hands and said, "I don't know how this may sound to you, but I fell in love with you." Mma's eyes widened in shock. "You love me?" Then he gently pulled himself out of her embrace and tilted her head up to stare into her eyes. Behold, standing before him was the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen in his entire life. They were both shocked and amazed as they looked at themselves, marveling at these miracles. Mma looked so normal and beautiful. They couldn't hold in their excitement as they both screamed with joy, tears running down their cheeks. Mma sang and danced around the trees happily as Prince Ralu watched her with a big smile on his face. That moment was just everything for the both of them. Suddenly, they heard footsteps. At first, Mma thought it was her mother, but then they saw a hunter holding a gun and coming towards their direction. Quickly, they hid behind a large tree, watching cautiously. It was a hunter hired by Ago. His job was to kill the prince and bring back his body. But after shooting the prince, he had left the body in the forest and fled. Ago was furious. "What evidence do I show the villagers? How do they believe me? Are you trying to ruin my plans? I swear by the gods, if you don't find that body before the festival, I will kill you myself. You know what I'm capable of." Ago's ruthless threats terrified the hunter. He scrambled back into the forest, scared of what Ago might do to him. It was either he found the body or he faced certain death. The hunter returned to the spot where he thought he had shot the prince and searched frantically. He looked around the bushes and under the trees, but there was no body. Fear gripped him. What had happened? Did an animal come and eat him quickly? "I'm finished," he exclaimed, placing his hands on his head. He sat on the ground and cried out in despair. Suddenly, the prince approached him. "Young man," he called out. The hunter, startled, looked up to see the prince holding his gun. In his panic, the hunter had dropped his gun on the floor, and the prince picked it up. The prince could see the fear in the hunter's eyes. He was the same man who had shot him. "Please, have mercy on me," the hunter pleaded with the prince. "And why should I do that?" the prince asked, "seeing that you almost killed me?" "I have never seen you before," the hunter said, still wondering who this strange man was. The prince smiled. "I am Ralu, the son of King Dike," he whispered, not wanting Mma to hear him. He wanted to surprise her. The hunter's mouth dropped open in shock. "Tell me who it was that sent you to kill me, and I will spare your life." The hunter confessed everything about Ago and his evil plan. "You owe me your life now," the prince said to the hunter. "I have a new plan." Back in the village, Agu was restless. Night had fallen and the hunter had not yet returned. His wife served him dinner, but he refused to eat. She saw how disturbed he was. "My king," she called softly to her husband, "please eat your food. Our clothes are ready for tomorrow, and I'm not giving up. I know you will be king and our son will succeed you. The prince is dead, and if his body isn't found, it will confirm the rumors that he died long ago." Agu looked at his wife and smiled. "You see why I married you? You are not only beautiful but also very smart. You will be my queen when I become king. Come and eat with me." His sorrow immediately turned into joy as he saw a way to turn the situation to his advantage. They both ate, filled with anticipation for the next day's event. Meanwhile, Prince Ralo and the hunter were putting their plans into action. The next morning, the village was alive with excitement for the New Yam festival. The palace was bustling with preparations. Agu, confident that the prince was dead, was ready to make his move. He planned to publicly embarrass the king and take the throne for himself. At the festival, the villagers gathered in their finest clothes, the air filled with music and smell of delicious food. Agu waited for the perfect moment to reveal his claim. He had the elders on his side, convinced by his promise of wealth and power. As the festivities reached their peak, Agu stood up and called for everyone's attention. "My fellow villagers," he began, "I have a great announcement to make." Just then, the hunter who had been hiding in the crowd stepped forward, feigning excitement. "Agu," he called out, "I have found the body of the prince. You can move on with the original plan. The king will be so shocked." Agu's eyes glistened with excitement as he felt luck was finally on his side. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "My people, for 15 years we have not seen our prince. And the law of our land states that the king must present an heir after 30 years of his reign. It is true we know the prince, but where is he? This year marks the 30th reign of the king, and for the past 15 years the king has kept us in the dark regarding the prince's whereabouts. We need to be assured that our kingdom is in good hands, and that its continuity is guaranteed. If the prince is alive, let the king tell us now. If he is alive, let him show us the prince. And if not, I, Agu, will show you what our prince looks like and prove that this man we call king is not worthy of our trust. He is just selfish." The king became terrified, his heart pounding so hard. It felt like it might leap out of his chest. This was going to be the biggest disgrace he had ever faced. To make matters worse, the prince was missing. They had discovered his absence that morning, but had decided not to raise an alarm until after the ceremony. Could it be that Agu had kidnapped the prince? The thought chilled him to the bone. The queen was equally terrified, her face pale with fear. Seeing the fear in the king's eyes, Agu felt a surge of excitement. This was more than he had hoped for. He could only imagine the chaos that would ensue when the body of the monster prince was revealed to the people. After a pause, Agu spoke again. "You've seen it, my people. Since the king won't tell us anything about the prince, relax. May I present to you the prince of our kingdom, Prince Ralo." Everyone looked up with great anticipation, eager to see the prince. The king stood up immediately, tears streaming down his face. The royal guards, standing in a straight line, marched out of the palace. Agu watched in confusion, wondering what was happening. He had expected the hunter to simply bring out the prince's body. This hunter can be amusing at times, he chuckled to himself. Then a loud shout rang out. Long live the prince! Long live the prince! Long live the prince! Before the crowd, on a white horse, sat Prince Raleigh, looking handsome and radiant. The king and queen recognized their son instantly and screamed with joy as they marveled at the miracle before them. Agu's face was a picture of shock and disbelief. The hunter had betrayed him, and perhaps Obinna had too. He tried to flee, but the villagers held him back. The people were overjoyed to see their beloved prince after so many years, and the shouts of joy continued for a long time. When the excitement finally died down, Prince Raleigh stood and addressed the people. My dear villagers, he began, his voice strong and clear. I know you have many questions about my absence. For years, I was cursed and hidden away. But thanks today, I'm alive and healthy again. The crowd listened intently, hanging on to every word. Raleigh continued, Agu has betrayed us all. He sought to take the throne by deceit and treachery. He hired a hunter to kill me, but fate had other plans. This man who stands before you is not worthy of trust or leadership. The crowd murmured in agreement, their faith in their prince and king restored. Agu fell on his knees, crying and begging for forgiveness. But the king was furious. He ordered that Agu be taken away and banished from the village forever. The prince continued, in my days of pain and solitude, I found my soulmate. She is the reason why I stand here today. Our stories were both sad, as we both lived under the curses of the gods. But our love for each other broke the spell of the curses hanging on our necks. She is not only a gift to me, but will be a gift to us all. Mother, Father, and my beloved people, I present to you today my bride-to-be, the daughter of Nkoli, who was punished and sent to the abandoned part of the village, mocked by everyone, till her mother hid her away in the forest to protect her. In her, I found happiness. She is no other person than Mma. Immediately, Mma stepped out. The villagers could not believe their eyes. She was so beautiful. Her beauty was nothing they had ever seen before. They all watched in disbelief as the prince swept her into his arms. Mma shed tears. She didn't know the man she had been with all through in the forest was the prince of her village. What a transition, she thought. From the forest to the palace. It was like a dream to her. She had never imagined that this day would come. The prince whispered words of assurance to her ears. The villagers remembered her, and also recalled how she suddenly disappeared. Today, she has appeared to be the bride of the prince. Life indeed has a way of dealing with and teaching us things we need to know. And they regretted how they had all treated Nkoli and abandoned her when she needed them the most. No child is a waste indeed, they whispered amongst themselves. And then there was a shout of joy. It was a new dawn in the land, and the villagers will have and enjoy their happy kingdom once again. Nkoli could not contain her joy when she heard the good news, and the king ordered immediately that she returned to the village, giving her a beautiful house to live in as a payback. He was glad she was not stoned to death many years ago. If not, his son would have died a monster, and he would have lost his throne to his evil brother. He wondered how many lives this tradition may have ruined, and how many great destinies may have been lost through this evil practice. He had to put an end to this evil tradition immediately. Weeks later, Mma and Prince Raleigh got married in a lavish ceremony. It was a great moment for the entire village. This was indeed a celebration of true love, after which they all lived happily ever after. Hey besties! Thank you for watching this amazing story. I know it's very long, but I noticed you guys do not like the part 1, part 2 series stuff, so I decided to put everything in one video, and it took me a lot of time. I hope you enjoy watching it as much as I did enjoy making it. And if you are watching from this channel and you have been enjoying my stories, I want you to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified whenever we post new stories.
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember to support this channel. Please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with. Once upon a time, in the village of Umudede, a little village in the eastern part of Africa, there lived a king who had no heir to the throne or even a child of his own. The king sat outside his hut one evening with his hands on his chin, thinking about who would take care of his kingdom if he passed on. Rumors had circulated around the village that the king had used his wife's womb to secure the throne of Umudede, as he himself was not the rightful heir to the throne.
Thank you all for your wonderful comments in our previous video. We highly appreciate you and do not take your support for granted. Special shout out to Faith and Jimmy. Thank you for your engaging comments. Now go to the story.
Abina, he called to his wife, who was sleeping in her chamber while he was outside contemplating what to do about his wife's barrenness. Although he kept calling and she couldn't hear him, he had to send one of the guards with him to fetch the queen. She emerged shortly and rubbed her eyes, yawning. It was obvious she hadn't slept enough. "My king, here I am. You sent for me," she said groggily. The king asked her to sit down, and then he began. "Rumors have been spreading throughout this kingdom that I used my unborn children as sacrifices to secure the throne of Umudede. This has troubled me deeply, and I am growing old. I want to hear the cry of a baby in this palace and have an heir to my throne," he said, stroking his beard. The queen was silent for a moment. Even though the news hadn't reached her yet, she was saddened by her barren state. "My king, I understand how you feel. I also long to hear the cry of a baby. Is there nothing we can do?" she asked, tears already welling up. "First thing tomorrow morning, before the cock crows, we will journey together to the neighboring village to find a solution. I heard they have the best native doctors," he said. "As you wish, my king." The queen bowed and left for her chambers to sleep. The king sat outside for a while. Then he also went into his chambers to sleep. The queen couldn't sleep as she kept imagining the solution to her problem. She wanted to be the one waking her husband to set out on the journey to the neighboring village in search of a solution, taking one of the guards with them. Early in the morning, before the cock crowed, the queen had already prepared herself. She went straight to the king, woke him up, and they both prepared. Without taking anyone else, they disguised themselves as villagers and left the village for the neighboring village. They journeyed for 2 days, passing through the forest and crossing streams before finally reaching the village. When they arrived at the kingdom of Kasumba, the sacred place of the gods, the birthplace of Ikenga, one of the ancient gods, they still disguised themselves as villagers to avoid being detected. With the help of one of the guards they worked with, they found out where the native doctor stayed. They waited until night, then visited the native doctor. Before they could enter the hut, a voice thundered outside, "King Chipupa, welcome to Kasumba," causing the queen to tremble. The native doctor appeared behind them. He called the king by another name, King Adzo, and when he turned, he almost stuttered. But that wasn't acceptable as a king, although the queen shivered in fear. "You came to seek the solution to your problem," the voice said, while the king nodded in approval. The native doctor asked them to sit, but before sitting, the king knew what to do, which was putting money in the bowl meant for the gods. "You will not be able to have an heir to your throne, but the gods will give you 3 children, and all of them will be girls. You will need to marry them off when they are ripe, and one of them will give birth to a male child." Although the king was sad, he knew the gods were wise, and everything that came from there was good. The queen was given something from the calabash to drink. "Go, your problem is solved," the man finally said as they both left with mixed feelings, whether to be happy that their prayers were answered or to be sad. They went back to the village just in time to debunk the rumor that the king had run away because his wife could not give him an heir. Months passed and the queen's stomach started growing, and the villagers started noticing it themselves. The rumor spread that the queen was finally pregnant, but this time it was no longer a rumor. The queen was also excited to walk around the village so everyone could notice she was pregnant, although she was not happy that it was not going to be a boy. Months passed again, and she was due for delivery. As the queen, the midwife had to come to the palace and help her deliver the baby. The first baby came out. It was a girl. Shortly after, the second and third came out also, all girls, just as the native doctor had said. Although the king was not happy when he was told, he had to do what the native doctor had commanded. Waiting for them to come of age and then giving them out for marriage in order to retain his kingdom. So he had no choice but to accept the children. Together, he and his queen trained the children, and despite the rumor still flying around that the queen still could not provide an heir, the villagers began to accept the children bit by bit until they could no longer say anything about the princesses who had grown so beautiful that suitors started trooping in to ask for the princesses' hands in marriage. The king wanted all his daughters to marry princes, and that was the reason he rudely declined the suitors who wanted to marry his daughter. One of his daughters, by the name of Ashanti, who was the eldest, spent all her time eating, which made her too fat and ugly. Even when the king scolded her countless times, she still did not want to listen. She kept eating at the point of having many meals a day. The king even had to call a meeting in his household to address the issue. But Princess Ashanti turned a deaf ear to her father's orders. Her father was disappointed in her and made sure she stayed inside the house so she wouldn't chase her sister's suitors or bring shame to him. She was not allowed to go out like the other princesses, but she didn't mind. Instead, she continued to spend her time eating, trying to forget her problems by overeating. In the kingdom, it was a law that if the eldest child remained unmarried, the rest would also stay single. This situation was a problem for the other princesses and the king because he didn't know how to get his daughter to get married. All the suitors rejected her and even made fun of her, calling her a pig and elephant. However, no one dared to say it to her face to avoid the king's anger. It was a matter of concern because if the princesses didn't get married, there would be no heir and the kingship would have to pass to another household. This really made the king worried because the kingship was passed on to him by his father, and it would be a thing of shame for it to leave his household. It would look as if he is not brave enough or capable of commanding respect in his own household. Every night, he sat outside the hut thinking about what to do about his daughter's situation. Then an idea came. He knew exactly what to do. In the morning, even without calling his advisor for counsel, he ordered the town crier to announce to the whole village that he would give out lands, cows, and even half of his kingdom to anyone who would agree to marry his daughters. It was a plan he made by himself, and when the day came, many suitors came from far and near because they had it in mind to get married to one of the beautiful princesses. Soon, the news circulated that even princes from other kingdoms came to grace the occasion. Although the offer was too good to be true, they still went to find out for themselves. Some did not come for the princesses, but for the huge offers the king had placed on the head of his princesses. They wanted riches for themselves, especially the poor ones, and they did not even care a bit about the princesses. When it was time for the king to speak, he started, "My people, I greet you. Thank you so much for honoring my invitation, but it is quite unfortunate that you will have to marry one of my daughters at a time." Hearing this, some of the suitors began to murmur some words to themselves as he continued, "I am giving out only one of my daughters here in marriage, which is Ashanti, my eldest daughter. As tradition demands, she needs to get married before her sisters. Like I have said, I will be giving out lands, cows, and even half of my kingdom to anyone who marries my daughter Ashanti." He said as the princesses revealed herself, causing a lot of suitors to despair as they cursed the king, although not to his hearing. Not a single person was left. They went home one after the other, leaving the king and his family in the village square. It was an embarrassing thing that the king bowed his head in shame. Some of the princes came with their fathers, and one of the fathers even scolded the king for insulting them that way. "Did we tell you we came all the way here to ask your ugly daughter's hand in marriage? Or is it that we don't have anything else to do?" He screamed at the top of his voice, while the other kings supported him and even hailed him for his bravery to stand up to the king. The king was forced to get up and speak to his daughter Ashanti. "Imagine the shame you have brought to me because of your eating habits. The fierce lion has become a cub today because of you. I am very much ashamed of you and will not hesitate to give you away, even to a cripple if he luckily comes asking for your hand in marriage." He didn't finish what he was saying because he was really heartbroken that even his greatest plan did not work out. Nobody could accept to marry his daughter, even with all the promises he had made to the suitors. It meant it was no longer about the money. Nothing else could be done in the king's sight. The other princesses started protesting that they were getting old and their elder sister was chasing their suitors away. They might grow old without getting married. All this really disturbed the king, and he kept praying to the gods to make a way. Meanwhile, he had ordered the princess to be locked up and fed once a day so that she would reduce and become slim like her sister. He said to one of the guards, "Make sure you lock her up in her room. She is not allowed to go anywhere or talk to anyone until I see an improvement. I am no longer going to tolerate and accommodate the constant shame she keeps bringing to me and the rest of the family." The guards did what he commanded and locked her in her room. The king was not happy about what he did. He cried at night when everyone was asleep. It was just the only way he could secure the throne. Ashanti, on the other hand, started noticing she was not becoming any younger and needed to do something about her situation. In order to help herself and her father, she had to move out from her father's house to her husband's house. She saw him one night on the balcony crying while he was just walking around the palace, exercising to see if she could slim down. Even though he did not notice, someone had seen him. Princess Ashanti was sad that it was because of her it happened. In her own path, she needed to do something about herself if she really wanted to get married. She started taking anything she could lay her hands on to lose weight. She even started eating once a day and sometimes refused to eat even when the maids brought food to her against her father's wish. Her sisters had ordered the guards to stop monitoring her, saying they would make sure she ate once, although they were just looking out for their sister. She did this for a while, but instead of losing weight, she was adding more weight, making it even more difficult for her to walk. She could not go anywhere anymore. She was even carried around the palace whenever she needed to walk. It felt as if she did not do anything about her situation. She once attempted suicide but was saved by her favorite maid. She asked for advice from her favorite maid, who told her that her mother was good at preparing mixtures for people who want to lose weight. In her words, she said, "My mother is good at preparing any mixture that can lead to weight loss. If you permit me, I will go and ask her to prepare something for you and you will slim down in weeks." The maid said that with so much confidence. The princess was desperate at the moment and could do literally anything just to lose weight and be fit like her sisters in order to attract suitors and eventually get married. She did not have a choice but to spend money on getting the mixture, which did not work after taking it for weeks with no improvement. She abandoned it and accepted her fate. Every time the king came to see if there was any improvement, he found her fatter than before. Though he said nothing to her, she could see the disappointment written all over his face. At times, after leaving her chambers, the king would sigh with tears dripping from his eyes. He was disappointed that he could do nothing about his daughter's situation. She would sit in her room and cry, rejecting anything brought before her. The king also ordered for her to be locked inside her room and not allowed access anywhere around the palace, especially when visitors were around. The other princesses would be introduced to the visitors, but she would just sit in her room all alone. Except sometimes the maid would come and keep her company. The king felt it was the best thing to do for her to lose weight faster, even when he could not see any improvement. He kept believing that it would happen someday, or it was just the God's way of punishing him for a sin he did not know about. First, the villagers were mocking him for not having a child, but then he became an instrument of mockery for having an overweight daughter. The villagers would show her to their children when they misbehaved, and they would cry and run for their dear lives. Princess Ashanti loved dancing and listening to the beat of the melodious drums played in the village. It made her happy and she would swing her waist to the beats, forgetting everything bothering her. Her father knew she loved dancing, but he ordered everything to be taken away from her to enable her to concentrate on her weight loss journey, even at a detriment. This made the princess cry herself to sleep every day, to the extent that she even went ahead to break the mirrors at home. It was time for the New Yam Festival, and to the princess, it meant a time of dancing and listening to good rhymes coming from the sound. The festival was to last for 3 days, and the princess had prepared herself to open the window, peeping and dancing to the beats, which made her so excited. It was the first day of the festival, and her father had allowed her to leave her room as long as she did not come near the village square, and she could walk although she did not lose weight. He didn't want anyone to see her. She agreed to it, and on the first day of the festival, everything was in order. The princess would go far from the village square, where no eyes would see her, and dance to the beats of the drum until she was satisfied. Then she would go back home happily without letting anyone see her. She did it consistently, making sure that no eyes could see her, especially people from the village, so that it would not reach the king's ears. Not even her sisters knew about this. Princess Ashanti ensured that no one else knew her little secret. Although the king had seen her coming back into the palace once and asked why she left amidst his orders, she explained she was somewhere around the palace walking and jogging to lose weight. Speaking of losing weight, the king had to let her be since it was what he wanted. "Where have you been going since the start of the festival?" her most trusted maid asked her one day while she bumped into her returning from her usual routine, sweating. Princess Ashanti looked left and right. No one was in sight. She covered her maid's mouth, signaled her to follow her inside her room, then shut the door. "Don't let anyone else hear that I have been leaving the palace, so it won't reach the king's ears," she said, almost in panic. Then she smiled shyly, swinging herself from left to right. "I can't wait to hear this gist of yours. Is there someone always taking you away from the palace? If there is, it is even a good thing of joy as the kingdom is expecting it," the maid said as she noticed the princess's expression changed and she kept a sad look. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, my princess. Just don't stay out that late again. You know it's the festive season and the king might come back early from the village square and find you." "I don't want to lose my job," she said almost in a whisper. Princess Ashanti did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "I have been far away from the outskirts of the village, dancing and making myself happy, since the gods do not want me to be happy," she said, smiling. The maid had her hand placed on her chin, ready to listen to everything the princess had to say. "Oh, I have forgotten you love dancing to the rhythm of the beat. Let me pretend I am the drummer so you can dance right now." Hearing it, the princess became so excited as she started dancing while the maid mimicked the sound of the drum. Bam, bam, bam. The princess swung her waist, completely forgetting about everything that was disturbing her until the maid stopped the beat, making her realize, that was beautiful. "I did not know you could mimic the ogini so well," the princess said, breathing heavily. And as she wanted to say something, her father, the king, knocked at the door. "Open this door, Ashanti." There was complete silence as the princess rushed to open the door. The maid stood head down, placing her two hands on her back. "What is that sound I am hearing? Instead of concentrating on how to lose weight and take this shame away from me, you are busy disturbing the peace of this palace," he scolded Princess Ashanti, who had just remembered her predicament as tears started dripping from her eyes. The king could not stand to see her cry, so he left, shutting the door, resulting in a bang. "My princess, please stop crying. You are not bad the way you are. Any man that values you will not hesitate to marry you," her maid said as the king left, placing her hands on the princess's shoulder and trying to talk her out of her worries. "What haven't I done to lose weight? Why is my father blaming me as if I am the cause of all this? And why have the gods refused to listen to my cry, at least for once, and make me slim like my sisters?" she said, crying her eyes out while her maid did not have anything else to do but to console her. "I believe you will find someone soon, my princess," her maid said. Then the princess suddenly remembered that she had just returned from dancing to the drum. The king had not noticed what she was wearing, as she was almost dressed like one of the dancers in the land. "Thank goodness he did not see what I was wearing. I will really need to be careful next time," she said, pulling out the cloth. The next morning was not any better. It was the second day of the festival. On the second day, the princesses were to appear before the village square to get accustomed to the culture of their land, and also see the able men of the community wrestling so that they will have in mind the ones they want to get married to. The other princesses had dressed in their best attire, and Princess Ashanti followed suit. She knew about the custom and had to dress up in order to go with the king to the village square. But when she was done and came outside to tell the king, he said something that broke her into 1,000 pieces. "You will only make the people mock me at the village festival, and there might be no festival today because of you. Can't you see how beautiful your sisters look? It is because of you they will not be able to pick a suitor today. Just go inside and do something about yourself," he said it with rage. The queen wanted to interfere but could not say anything as the king had the final say. Nothing could change his mind. Princess Ashanti ran to her room, tears streaming down her face. She tore off every adornment she had worn, collapsed to the floor, and blamed the gods for her. Princess Ashanti could not control her sadness as she sat on the floor crying while the king had left with her sisters for the festival. There was no one to console her at the moment, as everyone had gone for the festival along with the king. As she continues to cry, a thought came up in her mind. Why don't I just hide myself to go to the festival and stay away from the eyes of the village so that they will not see me? Then I will dance to my satisfaction, and when I get tired, I will come back home. After all, no one has ever seen me since the festival started. She hurriedly dressed up to not miss any part of the festival, especially the dancing time where she would joyously dance to the rhythm of the sound. When she was all dressed, she checked to see if the guards were inside, as the king had ordered that no one should allow her to go out. Then she ran out from the palace, using the bush path to the village square and then passing to her destination without letting anyone see her. When she got to her destination, which is a bit far from the market square, as usual, she waited for the sounds to be played. Then she started dancing to the beat, swinging her waist and dancing to the left and to the right, making sure that no one was in sight. She continued dancing to the point that the sound made from the sound got deep into her. It was as if the gods had taken full control of her at the moment, and she could not stop dancing. She danced, taking little steps away from where she was, then another step. She could not control herself anymore as she kept moving from her position bit by bit until she finally got to the village square. She had forgotten that she was not supposed to be seen by anyone. The dance had taken control of her, and she did not even notice her environment. The villagers watched, some laughing and others making fun of her as she closed her eyes, danced, and enjoyed every bit of the drum. It was a different kind of beat, and she just could not control herself anymore. The king covered his face with shame. He did not know what to say. Then he suddenly ordered that the drum should be stopped. That was when the princess could recognize herself, and she stopped dancing, opening her eyes to reality and seeing the eyes of everyone on her. "What are you doing here?" the king asked, his face completely filled with anger. "Have I not asked you to stay away from the village square?" he roared, lifting his staff. The princess, on the other hand, was astonished. She did not understand how she tended to find herself in such a situation. The last thing she could remember was that she was dancing in her private place, and there she was, seeing herself in the village square. She just had to control her tears at that point as some of the villagers started calling her pig. Some of the princes invited to grace the occasion started murmuring to themselves and asking the king why he had to embarrass them the second time. "You should lock your pig inside the house to avoid it getting in contact with humans," one of them said, keeping a serious face. He knew at that point there was nothing the king could do to him. Even the villagers agreed to what the prince said, while the princess just bowed her head, trying not to say or do anything. After all, there was nothing she could do or say to save herself at the moment. "Guards," the king called, and one of the guards rushed to hear what the king had to say. take her away and lock her up for flaunting my orders. She will go without food and water for 2 days and will not be allowed out of her room until the festival is over. In fact, don't let her out until she loses weight. I have tolerated enough from her," he said, pointing at the princess as the guards took the princess away. Her mother and sisters could not say anything at the moment. They just looked at the princess with pity. Some of the kings and princes invited to grace the festival started going back to their kingdoms one after the other, leaving only the king and his people, who were grumbling and chanting that the king should be changed. Although the king paid deaf ears to them, he could no longer control them, and he got upset and stood up to scream, "Enough!" There was sudden silence. "Don't forget, I am still the king of this kingdom," he said. Someone from the crowd said, "A king without an heir is not useful to his kingdom. We need a successor, an heir to the throne. You are growing old, my king." If it was on a normal day, such a person would have been locked up in the dark room. But the people greatly supported the man who said that, and there was nothing the king could do. The king, on the other hand, knew that everything the man said was true, and nobody would support his own decisions at the moment. He had to do anything to win the villagers' support, instead of getting them more angry. Else, they would have to request a new king to be installed. He just had to dismiss the festival, even when it was not time, and this was because of the Princess Ashanti's carelessness. Although he knew he was too harsh on her, he did not think of a better way at that moment. The festival was dismissed and the villagers went home murmuring. The king getting home was so upset. He threw down his crown, screaming at everyone in his sight, "Who does she think she is to flaunt my orders without thinking twice?" He screamed to himself, throwing down everything on his way before going to his room. The princess was locked up again, with no food or water for 2 days, which did her no good as nothing happened, not even a little bit of fat was reduced. She, on the other hand, has to starve herself, hoping it would help her take away all the shame at least for once. No member of the royal household was permitted to see her throughout the entire time she was locked up in her room. Everything she needed was just provided, and the king gave an order that anyone caught visiting the princess or even taking food to her would be locked up in the dark room until the end of the festival, which was supposed to last for 4 days. No one dares to violate the rules, not even the king's beloved wife. She knew the king was not in the best mood and would not fail to punish her if she were guilty. It was as if the king was obsessed with the throne and would do anything to stay as king, even if it meant jeopardizing the happiness of his daughter. He had to journey alone this time to the neighboring village to inquire what the problem was and why his daughter had not been able to lose weight. He did it the same way he did the first time, by disguising himself and leaving the village, taking days to get to the neighboring village. He arrived late at night and was to go back just in time for the last day of the festival, which was the next day. He would do anything to get there in time before the celebration began. Getting there, he met the native doctor who was just about to leave to get some leaves from the forest. "King Chipupa, you have come to inquire about the princess. I would advise you to start going. Treat her well and you will get whatever you desire. The gods are wise and things have started happening already." The native doctor said to the king as he left without turning back, making the king wonder, "Did I journey day and night just to listen to that?" he asked himself. Confused, he was expecting an instant solution to his problem. What does treating the princess well have to do with her losing weight? "I'm her father, and I know what's best for her," he said as he stood for a minute, thinking about how to journey back home. He knew that even if he had to hurry back home, he would be late for the festival, which was just the next day. He did not have the choice, as the festival was to decide his fate. if he was going to continue as the king or step down for someone else, because a prince was to be introduced to the people as the heir apparent to the throne and blessed by the gods of the last day of the festival. But there he was, with no one to marry his daughter, not even a drunkard. He would have just given her up to secure the throne. He just had to hurry back home and accept whatever the gods had in store for him, even if it meant giving out the throne to someone else. For the first time, he bowed his head down and cried, then continued his journey way back home. Meanwhile, the last day of the festival came, and the king was nowhere to be found. The queen, on the other hand, lied that the king was sick and would not want anyone close to him. The people accepted and started the festival without him, while the queen prayed for the king at least to come back and accept his fate. Maybe we were not meant to continue the royal lineage, she said, burying her face in her palms to cry, as the princess rushed to console her. They all dressed up and left for the festival with teary eyes. The queen instructed the guards not to let anyone into the palace so they would not notice the king is missing. She knew he would come back. Princess Ashanti was also free with a condition that she doesn't come anywhere close to the village square ever again. So the queen said. When they all had left, Princess Ashanti sneaked out using her curtain to climb down from the palace and ran to her usual spot. She wanted to enjoy just one more time of dancing before her fate was finally decided by the gods. She just could not miss it for anything. When she went to her usual spot, dancing the beats of the drums as usual, she heard a footstep. She got frightened that someone had seen her and started running away. Then a young man emerged from the bush. He was so handsome that even his eyes were like the stars, built like a warrior. "Don't stop dancing, please," he told her while he paused to find out who she was. "My name is Ofori. I am from the neighboring village. I always come here to sing whenever my heart is troubled, and all my pains will go away," he said, smiling. "I'm Princess Ashanti, the unwanted princess of this kingdom. Although this is the first time I'm seeing you here, I come here to dance away my sorrows," Princess Ashanti introduced herself. Who does not know the fat, ugly princess, he had thought silently, but she is beautiful and dances so well, he said within himself. He heard the princess was ugly, that was why he did not bother coming out as a suitor, but the princess he saw was different from the one he heard about, as she was beautiful. Then he stared at the princess for a while and said, "I love the way you dance, my princess. Would you do me the favor of dancing again? The way you swing your waist, it's just like the goddess herself is dancing." The princess could not contain her joy. At least somebody appreciated the way she danced. Since he was her only audience, there was no way she could say no to him. She started dancing as he played his flute, matching the beat of the sound. The princess got carried away again. Princess Ashanti continued dancing, and Ofori allowed her to dance as her expression showed she was happy. Ofori stopped playing the flute and simply stood there, admiring the way the princess moved perfectly in sync with the drum's beat. He was mesmerized as he had never seen a maiden dance like that before. The fact that she could dance so well, despite her body size, was captivating to watch. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She stopped dancing when she noticed he was entranced by her movements. He was still staring at her when she snapped her fingers, causing him to startle, then regain consciousness. "My princess, you dance beautifully," he said, his face beaming with a smile as she also smiled shyly. No one had complimented her that way before. Everyone else just saw her as a fat, shapeless creature. It was time to leave as the festival was coming to an end, and she needed to rush home before everyone else. She noticed the drum beat slowing down, signaling that everyone would soon depart. "Thank Thank you so much for making me happy. I need to go home now, she said. Ofori's expression turned sad. He was enjoying her company and aware of her restrictions. Before he could comprehend it all, the princess had vanished, hurrying home to avoid further restrictions on the last day. She followed the familiar bush track, running as fast as her legs could carry her, finally arriving at the palace. The guards were too preoccupied to notice as she slipped in, removing her shoes and tiptoeing to avoid making any noise. Finally, in her room, she climbed onto the bed, letting out a sigh of relief and smiling intermittently as she thought about the kind of words the young man had spoken to her. It had been declared in the village square that a new king would be installed in a week's time. The king attended the festival, and as the people saw him walking as if he were perfectly fine, they questioned him. "My king, you don't look sick," one of the villagers said. He turned to look at his wife, who signaled that she had lied on his behalf. He tried to cover up by saying, "Oh, praise the gods. As the ogini played, I stood up and danced to it, and I felt instant healing. I have to come here and celebrate with you." Of course, he knew nobody believed the lie, but as he was still their king, there was nothing they could do about it. Then the kingmaker interrupted, saying, "Igwe, it is good that you are here. We were discussing the future of this kingdom. Since your wife cannot produce an heir and nobody wants to marry the princesses, we would like you to step down in a week's time, and the staff of royalty will be passed on to another family." This news hit the king like a shock. Although he anticipated it, he strongly believed in the words of the native doctor that the gods were in control of everything. "He lied to me," the king murmured, saying nothing to his people as he silently went and sat on his throne. Contemplating how to hand over the kingship, a legacy passed down from his ancestors to his lineage. He was completely disappointed by how everything had turned out. Returning to the ongoing festival, he watched the maidens dancing and the young men engaging in a sword fight. As the festival concluded, the king addressed his people, although with a heavy heart. The queen could see tears welling up in his eyes and how hard he was trying to control them. He was a king and was never expected to cry. Then they all dispersed to their various houses, with the king going back to the palace with his family. Straight to his room, he ordered the gates to be locked and no one was allowed to visit him or make any complaints. After all, he was no longer going to be their king. The palace doors were closed the first day, making life more difficult for the princess as she could not go back to see Ofori. She had been having several dreams about him that she could not disclose to anybody, not even her trusted maid. She had to keep everything to herself, fantasizing about him and imagining a world with him, free from her troubles. Everyone in the palace had to completely ignore one another, thinking about possible ways to stop the problem they were facing. Princess Ashanti was lost in her own world, and the thought of not seeing Ofori had completely destabilized her. She had to find a way to see him again. She didn't care about the king's orders at the time. The fact that he didn't care about her and saw her as the cause of his problems didn't stop her. It was another day of silence in the royal house. Princess Ashanti didn't care about anything other than Ofori. She wondered if he still came to the usual spot in search of her. She didn't understand if he had any other feelings for her besides his love for the way she danced. The only way she could find out was by meeting him face to face, and she needed to make that happen. The fact that her father was no longer going to be the king didn't bother her anymore. As long as she could still visit Ofori, who would play the flute for her to dance, she wished she wasn't even the first daughter. She was tired of hiding from the whole village when she didn't create herself that way. Although disobeying the king's orders led to serious punishment, she was sad about the ban imposed by the king when it was time to go and see her love. She knew what to do about the whole situation because she kept having dreams about him calling out to her. With a racing heart, she felt his presence in her thoughts, the hope that he too longed for her. What if I don't find him there waiting for me? I don't even know the village he is from, she whispered to herself. The uncertainty ground at her, urging her to seek him out. I just need to find him somehow. I am just losing it, she declared, her voice echoing in the quiet room. Standing up, she took a deep breath, her resolve firm as she slowly stepped out of her chamber. With a determined look on her face, she was set on a mission to locate him, to solve the mystery that connected their hearts. Princess Ashanti raced out of the gate the moment it was opened after pleading with the guards to be rewarded handsomely if he allowed her to go out. Despite the king's warning, the guards took a risk by opening the gate. It was a day without dancing for the princess, and she was unhappy unless she saw Ofori. Stepping out of the road, she looked left and right to ensure no one was following her. Even if Ofori agrees to marry me, will my father approve? She asked, knowing the king preferred a prince for his daughter, making it challenging to convince him otherwise. Perhaps the rule would not apply in her case since the king was desperate at the moment. She knew he would be willing to accept any suitor as long as he retained his throne. Unfortunately, upon arrival, she couldn't find Ofori. This really crushed her hopes. Was he not thinking of me as I thought of him? She questioned almost in tears, wondering if the gods were playing tricks on her. Disheartened, she sat there, hoping Ofori would show up and express his feelings. She didn't care about the consequences of her absence from the palace, thinking, what could be worse than what he has already done? There was nothing new he could do to her at that point. Sitting there, she had an idea to lift her spirits since Ofori didn't show up. Why don't I just dance and make myself happy as I usually do? She thought aloud. It was a great idea. Princess Ashanti started dancing to the invisible beats of the drum, imagining the drums being played. She danced alone, lost in her own world, feeling good as she moved to the rhythm. Closing her eyes, she let the music in her mind guide her movements, picturing her lover and finding happiness in the dance. As she continued, she heard the flute playing, but she was so engrossed in her own dance that she initially ignored it, thinking it was part of her imagination. It was not until the sound drew closer that she stopped and turned, only to find Ofori playing the flute. Overwhelmed, she rushed to hug him, unsure of her actions in the moment. She then hesitated, realizing the implications of her actions as a princess and fearing rejection. With a serious expression, she asked him, "What are you doing here?" Ofori, initially silent, smiled, leaving her wondering if he was at a loss for words. Despite her heart racing like she had just finished running, she managed a faint smile, hoping he would speak. When he finally expressed his admiration for her dancing and asked her to dance again, her heart skipped a beat. "I came here to see you," he said. Blushing and unable to meet his gaze directly, she shyly inquired, "See me? Why?" Her emotions in a whirlwind, she waited for his response, not wanting to ruin the moment they shared. "Can you dance for me one more time?" he asked, and she knew she didn't have a choice at that moment because she was willing to do anything for Ofori, even if she had not expressed it to him directly. In this kingdom, a man proposes first, she thought deeply. Ofori, not a prince, expressed his concerns about seeking her hand in marriage and his desire for her to dance for him every day. This was precisely what the princess longed to hear. She had contemplated asking her father, the king, to open the gates, believing all their problems would vanish with the suitor. However, she pondered whether her father would accept a poor man like Ofori, whom she viewed as just a farmer from the neighboring community, lacking priestly status. I will come with my people in the next 2 market days to see the king and ask for your hand in marriage, Ofori declared confidently. Despite his appearance indicating poverty, the princess questioned if the king would approve. She noted the king's disregard for suitors' backgrounds, as he was more concerned with maintaining his throne. Excited by the news, she planned to disclose everything to the king as soon as possible. After all, he will retain his throne while I get married to the one I love, she said to herself. Unknown to her, the gods had different plans in store, a revelation she would uncover in due time. As Ofori finished speaking, he escorted her halfway to the palace along the bush track to avoid the villagers seeing them. Since he was not prepared to marry her at the moment, she planned with the guards to open the gate upon her return, and as planned, he did so. Rushing back to her room, she opened the door and went straight to bed. Princess Ashanti thought about how she would tell her father that someone was finally ready to marry her, regardless of her body size. With a smile on her face and deep in thought, she fell fast asleep. The princess could no longer keep everything to herself. When she got up, she rushed to her father's chambers. Although the king had asked not to be disturbed, she felt the news would uplift his spirit. She had to tell him so they could start making preparations. If Ofori arrived, she asked herself, what if he does not come back? That was just a silly thought, trying to talk her out of her happiness. She ignored it and knocked at the king's chamber. "Come in," he said, as she bowed her head before the king, who was already upset at the sight of her. He did not say anything. She then said, "Someone is coming to ask for my hand in marriage." The king looked confused as he glanced at her from head to toe. He could not believe it and remained silent, trying to understand the situation. Then he asked, "Is he a prince?" This story is about to get even more interesting. Therefore, I really need to know that you are enjoying the story. So, say something in the comment section. Or you can comment whatever it is that you like. I really want to see that you guys are enjoying the story for me to be motivated to post the next story. So please, first of all, subscribe. Secondly, please make sure to like the video. And thirdly, please write a comment, write anything. So, first of all, tell me how interesting the story is and what you've actually learned.
"No, he is not a prince," Princess Ashanti responded. She could not believe her ears. Why would the king be asking that kind of question, especially when she knew he was desperate and even mentioned giving her away to a drunkard? What is the king even planning? He didn't say anything more to her. He simply used his hands to dismiss her as she left for her room. Trying to wrap her head around everything that was happening and the king's sudden change of mind, she could tell that something was amiss, but she just didn't know what was. Who was she to question the king? A man who had once thrown his own wife into a cage for 2 days just for disobeying him. Everyone was scared of him. She had to do her best to convince him, or else she wouldn't be able to marry Ofori, her beloved husband. What was so special about marrying a prince anyway? It was like marrying just anyone. She had her plans to run away with him if the king took too long to accept everything. After all, he was the only one who truly appreciated and loved her, despite her being fat. She wasn't going to miss the opportunity because no one else would want her. The time was drawing near for the king to be dethroned, yet he didn't seem bothered in the slightest. It seemed like he had accepted his fate, but the great lion doesn't give up easily. It was unlike him.
Could he be planning something no one knew about, not even his wife, the queen? She was just there. The queen didn't bother to tell her anything. She was merely the queen. Princess Ashanti, on the other hand, continues to sneak off to see her lover, who would play the flute for her to dance, and together they would dream forever. Until one fateful day, when she returned to find the king at the gate, she wondered how he got there. "Where have you been?" he asked. "I have heard about the young man you have been going to meet." She glanced at the palace, and the guard who was always opening the gate for her was lying on the ground, face down. Someone might have related everything to the king. "You are the cause of everything going on in this kingdom, and even with it all, you could not attract a prince but a farmer who will have nothing to offer to this kingdom." The king yelled, hitting his staff on the floor. "Take the princess and lock her up in the cage alongside this guard," the king ordered. It was just so confusing, and it seemed the king had gone mad because he obviously did not know what he was doing. Princess Ashanti was locked up for 2 more days. Ofori kept coming to find her in their usual spot, but he did not find her. He would come and sit for hours playing the flute with the hope that she would show up, but it did not happen. Although the sound from the flute still played in her ears whenever she fell asleep, she could hear him call Ashanti in a faint voice. But when she wakes, she will realize she is in a cage guarded by the guards. The king also did not leave his room or talk to anyone. He withdrew himself from everything, speaking to himself that at times his wife will run away once she enters his court. The palace was extremely silent, and days were counted for him to finally vacate the throne for another family. That could have been the reason he was acting like someone who has lost his senses. He knew he would achieve nothing by locking his own daughter up for no reason. Was it because she could not attract a prince, or was it due to pure hatred he had for her? This time, the king had gone to see her in the cage where he locked her, keeping a straight face. But what he saw shocked him. For the first time, the princess had reduced a bit. He had to look again, although he did not cause a scene because the princess herself did not know anything. Although the weight loss was not really obvious, the king went his way without saying anything to anyone. He did not even allow anyone close to the princess. She was on her own in the cage. He felt letting anyone know would distract the process. He wanted to leave her and come back to see more improvement. In that way, she would get married to a prince and leave the farmer she had finally fallen in love with. To him, such a man does not deserve his daughter. It was a good sign that she was losing a bit of weight. If she loses it completely, a better man will find her, a rich prince from whom he will gain fortunes while he retains his position as the king. The princess, on the other hand, could not stop thinking about Ofori. She would rather die than agree to marry any prince who would not value her. The king came back to see how the princess had reduced weight. And again, to his surprise, she was fatter than before. It was the gods playing tricks on him and his selfishness. When he looked at her, he was more disappointed. He asked the gods to release her. It was just 2 days to his dethronement, and he knew there was nothing else he could do as he valued his throne. He ordered, "Open the gate." When the gate was opened, he said to the weak princess, "I have accepted your marriage to the farmer. Go and tell him to bring his people in 2 days, and I will bless your marriage." The princess did not say anything to him. She fell face down due to tiredness. The guards had to rush her to her room and lay her on the bed. The king did not care in the slightest. He was just concerned about his kingdom. To him, even if she does not marry a prince, he has 2 pretty daughters who will make him proud. All he needed to do was marry her off. She was useless to him because she was fat and unuseful. He could not wait for the young man to come with his people and take her away so that he can organize a festival where his other two daughters will pick a rich prince for themselves. He smiled as he thought about it. It was still a win for him. Princess Ashanti rushed out to inform her lover of the new development. At least she wouldn't come back and be punished by the king. It was as if they both were thinking alike because Ofori arrived just before she did. She could no longer hold herself. My father has given me his consent to our marriage, and he has asked me to inform you to bring your people in 2 days' time, she said happily. As Ofori's face lit up, he was expecting the news. He knew the king did not have the choice either, and he, on the other hand, could not wait to get married to the princess. He had grown to love her by the day, but had felt to let her know to be seen as a weakling. For a strong man does not profess too much love. They did not talk much as they both sat, fantasizing about their life together, as the lovers could not wait to get married. It was just the happiest day in the princess's life. It was just like a dream that a princess that no one wanted was finally getting married. At least her sisters would get married too and stop blaming her for being the reason they were not married. And she would have someone to defend her any time the king said those mean words to her. Her problems were indeed coming to an end. Let me go before the king starts looking for me. You know how he is. He just asked me to relate the information to you, Ashanti said shyly as she got up to leave. Can I escort you halfway to your palace, but this time as your soon-to-be husband? He asked, also smiling, as they both could not look at one another in the face. She accepted for him to escort her, and they both strode, this time using the village square where all eyes could see them. There was nothing to be scared of anymore. At least the king had approved of their union, so he would not punish her for going out to meet him. They held hands as they walked and laughed, and anyone that passed could not stop staring. Halfway to the palace, he said, "My princess, I need to leave now. Just go in and get yourself prepared because in 2 days you will be all mine. I will be so excited that I will sleep with my eyes open until the time I come with my people to take you away." He said this as she entered the gate and he went back to his village. The princess was happy as she entered the palace. It was the first time the king did not say anything mean to her. He just looked at her. She had never expected such a day to come. Perhaps he had accepted that she was the only one who could help him retain the throne, even if he didn't admit it. He simply looked at her as she bowed and greeted him. Then she went straight to her room. In just 2 days, she would have her freedom where no one in the village would call her names or make her feel bad. To her, the only words that would matter would be those of her husband, who would never say hurtful things to her. The king did not matter to her, not even in the slightest. The first day came and all arrangements were made in the palace for the coronation and the princess's marriage to her lover. Princess Ashanti couldn't help but marvel at how things had changed in such a short time, and she would be married after other men found her unworthy. In the afternoon, one of the guards came in breathing heavily. Allowed into the gate, he fell before the king, shivering and unable to speak. When he tried, he stammered. "What is it? Speak," the king commanded. Then he finally spoke. "My king, there is calamity in the land. There is an unknown ailment plaguing the land, and still people have been infected already. I witnessed the scene, although the cause has not been found. The native doctor asked me to run to the palace and inform you that no one should be allowed out of the palace until the cause has been disclosed and the cure is known," he said as the king patted his back and went out of the palace. The king had to call an emergency meeting in which the town crier announced the meeting and its urgency to the people. They all came out to listen to what the king had to say. "My people," he started as he stretched his legs after getting up from the chair he sat. "An unknown ailment has plagued our land, and until the cause is found, nobody is allowed to leave his or her house to anywhere, not even to the farm. The people that have been affected should be kept in a separate room and separated from the rest of you. I repeat, don't leave your house to anywhere," he said, looking at the princess. He knew she was fond of leaving the palace to go and see her lover. Even when the king had announced at the village square, he still caught her in the palace and warned her, "Don't go out there to anywhere until the cause of the ailment has been found. You don't know if it's deadly." The princess just nodded as he spoke. She did not care about whatever he said, and to her, he did not care whether she was alive or not. It was not in his place to look after her, after she was just a thing used to secure the throne. Even if anything happens to her, he might marry off one of these princesses to a rich prince and gain fortunes out of it. It was of no use advising her. Then it dawned on the princess that she had to inform Ofori, her lover, to come in 2 days' time with his people to see the king and carry on with the marital rites. He might not have heard what was happening in their community. She had to find a way to say everything to him, even if it meant leaving the palace. What the king said did not matter to her. Towards evening, Princess Ashanti sat inside her room, thinking about how she would see Ofori and always talk to him about the plague. What if he comes into this kingdom and contracts it from somewhere? She asked herself, trying to figure out what to do since she could not leave the palace. Just then, Princess Mary, the second child of the king and the most beautiful, approached Princess Ashanti in her room. She had always been complaining about her sister being the reason she couldn't get married, and to her, her beauty was fading, which made her hate her sister even more. She came with thick sympathy, knocking at the door. Princess Ashanti asked her to come in and was extremely shocked because since the whole incident about marriage started, both her and her sisters had refused to talk to her. They avoided her as if she were some kind of abomination. It did not bother her much, although at times she was always sad. "This one you come to my chambers. I hope I did not do anything wrong to you," Princess Ashanti asked inquisitively as her sister just smiled and sat on the bed. "I came here to console you. I know tomorrow would have been the day you finally got married to your lover, but it will not work anymore. What are you going to do about it?" Even with the way she spoke, it was obvious she did not care about her sister, even in the slightest. Princess Ashanti closely examined her and could see the princess in her eyes. She adjusted herself on the bed and then said, "Nothing can be done now. I will wait for him until after the cause of the ailment has been found, and then we can proceed with the arrangements." Her sister laughed at her, clapping her hands. She said, "You are naive. Do you seriously think he will be waiting for you till then? Or do you think the cure for the ailment will be discovered soon? Why don't you go look for him to hasten things?" The princess pondered her sister's words for a moment. It was clear she wanted her to leave the palace and contract the ailment. As Princess Mary prepared to leave, she advised, "Think about it and take action now. If he doesn't come, no one else will. You know, no man in this kingdom or any other kingdom finds you appealing to the eyes." With an evil laugh, she left Princess Ashanti. Ashanti felt no need to dwell on anything. She knew her sister didn't care about her and might even wish her harm. She focused on thoughts of Ofori. Days without his presence or compliments left her feeling hopeless. Princess Mary, however, learned from gossip about the young man's handsomeness and was upset at the idea of her sister marrying him. She believed it would be better for her sister to marry a drunk. Forgetting about the throne, all she wanted was revenge on her sister for delaying her own marriage and potentially marrying a better man. She decided to go to the spot where her sister and Ofori usually met, intending to persuade him from marrying Princess Ashanti, whom she deemed unfit for him. "If I don't encounter anyone on my way, the ailment will not reach me. I will be careful. When I reveal my beauty to him, he will forget about Ashanti. As for that ugly fat sister of mine, I will make sure I deal with her for delaying me from getting married," she said as she stormed out of the palace. She had gathered information about the usual spots where Ofori and Princess Ashanti usually met. She knew he would come looking for the princess somehow. Unfortunately, when she got there, she could not see Ofori, which made her very disappointed. "Did I really have to risk coming out here and not finding him?" she asked herself as she sat down and meditated within herself about anything else she could do. She had a second plan. Killing Princess Ashanti would make the king allow her to pick a groom for herself, and she would choose Ofori. She sat there, imagining how good they would both look together, and got lost in her imagination. One of the infected persons ran and touched her. "My princess, please save me. I am dying," he said. As he drops to the floor, seems the ailment had tormented him for long. Before she could realize and run away, the man had already touched her. She opened her mouth in awe as she saw the man drop to the floor. She was scared and ran back to the palace. When she knocked at the gate, the king, who was waiting for her after hearing she had gone missing, responded, "Did I not ask you to stay inside the palace? I know you have contacted the disease. I don't care if I lose a stubborn child, but you will have to remain outside the gate with the other infected persons until the cure has been found," the king said, even though his heart was weak when he spoke. He had heard the ailment was deadly, and he did not want her to infect other members of his household. He went into his chambers to cry, for she was his most beloved, and there was nothing he could do. In the early hours of the morning, 4 people had dropped dead from the ailment, and he mourned his daughter because he knew she would be gone too, just like the rest. He himself feared death. The king hid the whereabouts of the princess from his wife. It was only known to him. Princess Ashanti also could not stop thinking. Days turned to weeks, which in turn became months. The king was sleeping in his chambers, and Princess Ashanti, who was always crying herself to sleep when she thought about Ofori, was asleep as usual. Then there was a bang at the gate, loud enough to wake any living being. Curiosity arose as everyone ran out to find out the source of the noise. As everyone rushed out, the native doctor commanded, "Open the gate," as he was on the other side of the gate with the villagers. The 2 princesses and the queen stood in awe, not understanding what was going on. "Go to your chambers. What is happening here is not your business, woman," the king said as the 3 women rushed to their rooms, leaving only the king outside. The crowd was too much, and the king had a second thought that it could be all the people that contracted the ailment, including the native doctor. But then he could recall that the people that contracted the ailments were weak and falling to the ground, but the people outside the gate had been chanting for a while. "What is going on here?" the king asked. He had to be convinced he was not going to contract the ailment when the gate was opened, and he saw the native doctor with other villagers all hailing and screaming at the top of their voices. "Let us in, let us in. You warned us not to open the gate, and you are asking us to open it. I hope all is well," the king asked as he was scared, but he gave a fierce expression that no one could notice. "My king, don't be a coward. Open the gate. I come in peace," the native doctor said. The king, without having a second thought, ordered the guards to open the gate for fear of being called a coward. Although he was still afraid, he needed to act strong and prepared for anything. The native doctor, together with the villagers who were dancing and screaming at the top of their voices, entered the palace. The people stopped chanting and everywhere became silent. Then the native doctor started performing some incantations and uttering words that could barely be heard. "Where is the princess?" he asked. The king was confused for a minute, trying to understand what was going on. "Which of the princesses?" he asked, as there were only two, since he did not know the whereabouts of Princess Mary, if she was still alive or not. "Princess Ashanti," the native doctor said, as the king's expression changed. He was confused about why the native doctor would be asking about a princess nobody wanted to talk about due to her body size, or if she had done something else to anger the people, he pondered. While still seeking answers, the native doctor continued, "The great Agu, stop unnecessary thinking. We need to bring the princess out for an apology. The gods revealed to me that after days of fasting, that we must gather the people, kneel before the princess, and apologize for our wrongs. Everyone is equal, regardless of size. Please, my king, we must see the princess for the ailments to live." The king, taken aback, never expected the princess to hold such importance. Though skeptical, he believed the native doctor, the eyes and ears of the gods. Despite this, his pride clouded his judgment. Why apologize to a mere princess, he pondered. With a firm stance, he dismissed the idea, stating, "Eyes of the gods, I trust you, but the princess is insignificant. There is no need apologizing to her. You may have consulted the gods wrongly. It cannot be her." Stampeding his feet, he commanded, "Guards, send them out and lock the gate," he commanded. "When you come back with a better condition, I will let you in. Go back and consult the gods," he said to the native doctor. The guards followed the king's order and removed the people and the native doctor from the palace without physical contact as instructed by the king. Before leaving, the native doctor warned the king, "My king, I am warning you that the gods will not show mercy on you or the people of this kingdom if we do not carry out what we are asked to do. People will keep dying and you will die also." The king was shocked by these words. It felt like an arrow had been thrown into his heart. Now, pausing for a moment before regaining his composure and storming angrily to his chambers. Despite the queen's concern, he ignored her, giving her a stern look that sent her back to her chambers. In his room, the king pondered the native doctor's words about his death. He grappled with the fate of the villagers, realizing his selfishness. Apologizing to Ashanti felt like an insult, yet he understood the gods might demand it. He resolved not to apologize, convinced the gods would spare him, unwilling to bow down to a princess who had only brought shame to him. He held resentment towards Ashanti, feeling the queen's birthing of her was a burden. "If I had known the good-for-nothing child would bring so much trouble to me, I would have just ended her life when she was still a baby," he said angrily, cursing the day the princess was born. Then he simply shrugged his shoulders. "Over my dead body, I will not allow such an abomination of apologizing to a little child. The gods should do their worst. I am ready for the worst," he declared as he rose and made his way to Princess Ashanti's chambers. His eyes had turned red, and he was no longer in control of his emotions. He had reached his limit with her. "What are you, and why are you a threat to me?" the queen questioned Princess Ashanti after locating her chamber. He used his hands to push her door with anger, and it opened, leaving the princess startled. As she got up from her bed and stood still, shivering, the king walked in with a knife. No one knew where he got it from. He held it tight in his hands, his eyebrows raised. He had completely turned into a monster without even knowing it. "Today is the day I will end your life in this palace. You have caused me so much pains and humiliation that I cannot even face my people." He raised the knife to stab the princess, and she rushed out of her chambers, screaming at the top of her voice. Her screams attracted both her mother, her sister, and the guards, who came out to see the king chasing the princess with a knife. "The king has finally gone mad. We need to lock him up until he regains consciousness," one of the guards said, as the king did not stop chasing the princess until everyone came out of their chambers, including the maids. They held the king together, and the knife fell from his hands. The queen, for the first time, rushed to hold her daughter, who was shivering with fear, unable to do anything. As the king was taken away and locked up by the guards, she said, "I am sorry, my daughter. I have not been able to defend you before your father. I have been scared of what he will do to me, but I will not watch him hurt you ever again. He does not even deserve to be a king." Princess Ashanti followed her mother to her chambers and could not sleep throughout the night, as she kept dreaming about her father trying to stab her with a knife, making her scream and wake up. She was paranoid about everything around her. The next morning was a different day, as the king was still locked up in a cage. No one was bothered about it. He was to be locked up until the day a new king was installed. By right, he was still the king, but it was risky releasing him because no one knew what he had in mind to do. On the other hand, Princess Ashanti could not get over the trauma that the king left her with, which made her shiver if anybody touched her, including her own mother. At this point, she also cried about the fact that Ofari did not come back for her like he promised. Although the plague was not over, he would have found a way to talk to her, at least she thought. She was sick of staying indoors and being treated like she was not human. She had wished for the plague to be over so that she could go back dancing away from her sorrows, even if Ofari did not come back. She just spent her days praying for the plague to go away without even knowing she was the cause of the plague, since the king did not say it directly to her. The villagers got tired of the deaths caused by the strange ailment, which had increased in the span of days, and the king could not do anything about it. To them, they had a simple task, which was to apologize to the princess, and everything would go back to normal. The native doctor suggested, "Why don't we take the bodies of the people who are dead because of the strange ailment to the palace so that the king will see the bodies of our mothers, fathers, sisters, sons, and daughters?" The people hailed him as he continued, "We will not allow him to anger the gods even more by stopping us from apologizing to the princess. We will all head to the palace and protest. If we all die, we die," he said, as they wrapped the dead bodies and carried them on their shoulders, shielding themselves in order to avoid physical contacts. They took it to the palace as they kept chanting, "We want the princess." The noise from the people was loud enough for anyone in the palace to hear, as everyone ran out of their chambers to see what was happening at the gate as they drew nearer yet again. The guards went too, but they refused to release the king, who was hitting the gate with his hands and cursing them. "I greet you, all people of this great kingdom," the queen said as the people got to the gate. "Where is that weakling that calls himself the king? He is sleeping peacefully in his house while ours are on fire. Our families are dropping dead every day, yet he denied us the right to carry out our assignments. Release the princess to us that we may touch her feet and apologize to her, and this ailment will be taken away from us," the chief priest said. The queen could not say anything else to them. She was confused about the whole situation as the king did not say anything to her. Then she asked, "Which of the princesses do you seek that I may release her to you?" The villagers echoed at the same time, "Release Princess Ashanti to us." The princess had to step out by herself, although she was scared that they might touch her and infect her, but she had to trust the gods. "Open the gate, let my people touch me, if it is what they believe," the princess finally commanded as her courage grew stronger, and immediately the gate was opened. The villagers rushed in all at the same time as they went down on their knees to apologize to her. "Please tell the gods to spare us. We are sorry for humiliations and for mocking what was created by the gods. Please help us," they said. The princess did not know what to say to them. She was not the gods and could not heal anyone. She simply said, "I have forgiven you all." The native doctor looked up into the sky and said, "The gods have accepted our pleas." The people chanted happily, "Oh, hail the princess, may your days be long." They carried the dead bodies to bury them and waited for the time the ailment would completely leave. The dead bodies were buried, and the king was still locked up in the cage by his guards. Everybody knew about it and supported the guards. Although the princess had protested several times that he should be released, everyone paid deaf ears to her. The king cannot be released. Don't forget he tries to kill you, and you are asking for such a person to be released, they scolded her. To them, she was just too good because they would ask that the king be thrown out of the palace if it happens to them. The princess was not happy about the fact that the king was locked up in a cage. She took it upon herself to find a way for the king to be released. She felt whatever the king did was just because he was upset with her and wouldn't deliberately try to kill her. She waited for the guards to fall asleep, then retrieved the key from one of their pockets and opened the door for the king to be out. The king, after he was out, did not say anything to her. He just looked at her and went straight to his chambers. He was completely tired and upset with the guards that locked him up. He was still the king, but that meant betrayal. The king did not say anything to anyone at all. Going to his chambers, no one knew he was released except Princess Ashanti. The queen was in his chambers, and when she saw him, she was extremely shocked. She had supported the fact that he was locked up due to the time he had humiliated the princess, although she felt pity for him at the same time. The queen ran out when she spotted the king coming from his chambers. "Why are you running away from me? Do you think I will hurt you?" he asked. "Throughout our years of being married, I have not done that. You think I will do it now?" he said to her as she had already reached for the door. He had to question the gods about why his own wife was running away from him due to a little mistake he made. He was just carried away by his anger. That evening, the king was not served his usual breakfast as king. Everyone had even forgotten about him as a king and moved on. No one knew he was released except his wife and Princess Ashanti. Even when the king had refused to thank her for releasing him from there, he felt as if she did not. Another person would have done that, and he would not even apologize to her. The next morning, the king dressed up and wore his royal attire, carrying his offal, signifying he was still the king and capable of commanding respect. He saw the faces of the guards that locked him up, and it was about time they paid for what they did. He commanded the guards to lock them up too, and in their cases, they were to go without food for a week. It was done just like he commanded. He asked for the gates to be fully opened. At least the plague had gone. Even when he did not join in apologizing to the princess, he just ignored her. Whenever she tried speaking to him, he would ignore her. It was not as if he did not want to say anything to her, but he would lose his pride to a little girl, and he did not want that. When the gate was finally opened, the native doctor visited again and informed the king that in 3 days' time, the kingship would move to another family. The king continued in his thoughts about losing the throne. Princess Ashanti finally went out of the gate, but not without asking questions about her sister, Princess Mary. Unfortunately, one of the villagers announced that the ailment caught up with her and ended her life. She refused to disclose it to anyone as she cried after her sister's demise. She wouldn't have left the palace. I knew she did not like me, but there was no need trying to eliminate me, Princess Ashanti thought, as she felt extremely sad about what happens to her sister. She knew her father might not even break down when he hears the news, but there was nothing they could do. She pitied the queen more. She had seen a lot in the hands of the king. Princess Ashanti had to go back to the very place she met Ofori with the hope that he would appear and apologize for keeping her waiting, but he did not come the first day. She just imagined the beat of the drums on her head and danced to it like she usually does. The second day also came, and still he did not come looking for the princess. The third day was the day the king was to be dethroned, and everyone had waited patiently. Even the leaves in the bushes were no longer flapping, but silently waiting for a new king to be installed. The arrangements were made, and this time it was as if the gods had made up their minds, and nothing else could be done than the king to step down. The palace was filled with silence that anything happening outside could be heard. The queen was already tired of being a queen, especially to a king that did not care about anything else but himself. And she had already packed up and was eager to become a normal person. Princess Ashanti did not bother much. All she wanted was just to meet up with Ofori, even if it was once. She felt he might not know the plague was over. The day was specially made by the gods. The ceremony for the king's dethronement started, and the king had humbly accepted his fate. It was the first time the villagers had seen the king in such a calm state, and he was already welling up tears in his eyes, waiting for the right time to let it out. At least he was human and needed to act like one. The native doctor started by taking off the king's beards, and then the oath of four, and then the crown followed. The people watched with so much happiness. When it was time for the crown to be taken off, the native doctor had to take his time because once the crown was removed, the king would not wear it anymore. He began some incantations, and then, after reciting the last words, the native doctor proceeded to take off the king's crown. As he lifted his hands to remove it, someone interrupted the crowd. "Hold on," he said. Everyone turned to find out who it was as they gave the person space to come out of the crowd. "We have a coronation to plan, and the king's crown is still needed for a prince to be crowned," he said as he revealed himself. It was Ofori, all dressed like a prince, making Princess Ashanti break protocols of not leaving the royal seat as she rushed to hug him with tears in her eyes. "Where have you been?" she asked. She did not even notice his royal apparel. After giving him a hug, her face lightened up with smiles. Princess Ashanti noticed the royal apparel on Ofori and quickly released herself from his grip. A lot of thoughts were running through her mind that she did not know what to say. Then she finally said, "Why are you dressed like a prince? You have never worn this outfit before. Is there something you are not telling me?" Her head was very heavy and she just needed an explanation at the moment. Why would he lie to her? If he was really lying, she asked. "My princess, I can explain. It means you lied to me. You know what? I don't want to talk to you from now on." She ran out of the village square with tears in her eyes. Everyone watched her and she was out of sight. She was so disappointed with Ofori. Did he not see her fit to just tell her the truth? Or did he feel she did not deserve it? Everyone understood her at the moment and let her be. The princess went to the usual place she used to see Ofori to cry. She did not expect him to follow her. She just wanted to be on her own. "My king, let's give the princess time to process whatever is going on. We know it is not easy. We will fix a date for the coronation whenever she is ready," the native doctor said. The king did not care. They could take all the time if they wanted, as far as he was still king. Ofori just smiled. He knew how to calm her down. He had to bow before the king, then left to find his lover. The king himself was excited that he would retain his throne, even when he was not grateful to the person that made it happen. Ofori knew where to find the princess. He hurriedly went to their meeting point and found the princess, who had already soaked her eyes with tears. She was facing the bush, lost in thought, and her expression said it all. She was disappointed. He stood there for minutes without saying anything to her at first, wanting her to express everything on her mind, then be calm before speaking to her. He knew he had hurt her deeply, but he felt it was not his fault. "My princess, I know a future king isn't expected to kneel for his queen, but can I break protocols for you?" There was a moment of silence before he knelt before the princess, who couldn't bear to watch. "Please, don't kneel before me. I don't deserve it," she said, turning away. She had made up her mind to stay angry with him. "My princess, I am sorry. I did not mean to hurt you this way. Let me start by telling the truth. I am Prince Ofori from the village of Umuagu. I was to be crowned prince the day I visited your village, but I needed a bride. None of the maidens in my kingdom were appealing to me, so I came to your village, especially when I heard about the festival. It was a great opportunity to find a bride. I would stay here and watch the maidens, but I still couldn't find anyone. I kept going back to my kingdom, disappointed. I had also promised my father, the king, that I will find a bride before the festival is over, even when I did not know how. I had heard about the king's fat and ugly daughter, but I hadn't met her until the first day I saw you. It felt like it was destined by the gods. I lost my sleep thinking about you. The princess was still upset with him, even after he explained himself. She wanted to know something. Why didn't you tell me you were a prince at first? Why did you choose to lie? She asked with a pained look, feeling stressed out. If I had come like a prince, I wouldn't have found the right maiden to marry. In your case, you might have thought I liked you out of pity since I was a prince, he said, shaking his head, unsure of how to convince her. I am sorry, my princess. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt you. You've been through enough and I never wanted to add to your troubles. I promise that was the first and last time I lied to you. I just need your permission to bring my people so that your dowry can be paid. I don't want to stay away from you anymore, he said, his sincerity evident in his eyes, even though she found it hard to admit. She got up from where she was sitting, looked at him and then said, I am going back to the palace. I will think about forgiving you. I don't even care about saving my father's throne anymore because he doesn't even appreciate my effort. Maybe we could just be ordinary villagers and the crown pass to another family. I don't know. She couldn't say more and left Ofori to his fate, even though deep down she missed him and couldn't wait to get married to him. She had to show him she was really hurt by what he did. She turned at intervals and their eyes met. Then she finally left for the palace. When she entered, the king was just there waiting for her. As he saw her for the first time, he called her, "My daughter." The princess could not believe her ears. She had to confirm he was actually the one calling her that.
One more episode to go. Please type in the comment section. Continue. I'll see you in my next one. Bye.
No child is as ugly as this in the history of my family. How do I explain this? She is too dark and ugly.
Thank you all for your wonderful comments in our previous videos. We highly appreciate you and do not take your support for granted. Special shout out to Azrusi. Thank you for your encouraging comments. Now go to the story.
Once upon a time, in the bustling city of Warri, there lived a woman called Mama Kume. Mama Kume lives in the southern part of Nigeria. She is a popular fashion designer. She has 4 children, but her 3rd child, Elo, is very, very dark and she has a skin condition. Mama Kume hated her child, Elo, for not being as beautiful as her sisters. She looks for every opportunity to belittle her and made her know that she is ugly and no man would want to settle down with a girl like her. Mama Kume was not fair to Elo at all. She would often call her dumb for any slight mistake and compare her to her sisters and her peers. Her siblings also did not help matters, as they often blame Elo for everything missing or broken in the house. But the last child, Ovi, loves Elo so much that she goes anywhere she goes and defends her every time. Due to this, the people around the village refer to them as the unidentical twin. Elo is a very forgetful girl when it comes to errands, but she has a strength too. She is a highly intelligent storyteller. Every evening, she would gather the little children around the community and tell interesting stories that would keep them glued into the night. The news of her amazing stories soon reached the parents of these children, and as time went on, their parents would sit to listen to the lovely tales told by Elo. One day, Mama Kume sent Elo to give some clothes to a customer and bring the money paid. But Elo was dragged by the villagers to tell them some stories. Forgetting her mother's errand, she began to tell her stories, cracking the villagers up and leaving them in tears after telling emotional tales. She was in the middle of telling her 3rd story when her mother appeared with a long cane. She hit her hard from behind and dragged her away from the crowd. The children watched while their mothers and fathers begged Mama Kume to take it easy on Elo. But Mama Kume did not listen to any of them as she dragged Elo away. She beat her severely and locked her in her room for hours. When Elo asked her for dinner that night, Mama Kume refused to give it to her. Later that night, she went to where Elo lay crying due to hunger. I regret having you as a child. You are ugly and dumb at the same time. I sent you to get money for the clothes delivered, but you did not bother to check if the money was complete. Mama Kome yelled as she threw the money on Elo. She sent her out that night and asked her to pay the complete money from her customer or she would deal with her. Ella ran out of the house crying as she walked along lonely path to get the balance from her mother's customer. Mama Kume sat outside thinking of what to do with Ella. She remembered when she had just given birth to her and the midwife forced her to take the baby away. When Mama Kume saw Ella after giving birth to her, she asked the midwife to take the child away as she screamed. The midwife was surprised as she held onto the little baby. She asked her why she would suggest that and Mama Kume replied, "No child is as ugly as this in the history of my family. How do I explain this? She is too dark and ugly." Mama Kume complained. "Mama Kume, how can you say that? Are you God? Can you create a human being? No child is ugly. Please take this child and take care of her." Mama Kume reluctantly collected the child from the midwife, and she couldn't bear to look at her for too long. Her large brown eyes are scary to Mama Kume, and whenever it's time to breastfeed Elo, she would cover her face with a handkerchief to avoid eye contact. She would also leave Elo unattended for hours, and she would cry and cry. Her husband did not help matters. He would often tell her to pick up the demon she gave birth to. He blamed her for always going out at night while pregnant, because if she hadn't done that, a demon wouldn't have had the chance to change the baby in her womb. Her neighbors would walk past Mama Kume quickly when they saw Ella with her, and when Ella began to walk, people ran away from her. They called her demon, devil, and all sorts of names. However, as Ella was growing up, people began to see her in another light, as she was always full of life. She would often chase the little kids to scare them, but as time went on, they became friends with her because of her unique gift of storytelling, and people began to look beyond her looks. Mama Kume's thought was interrupted by Elo. Mama Edafe said she doesn't have any balance to give to me. I swear, I counted the money after collecting it from her, but I'm surprised that she's lying about not knowing again. Elo began to explain. Mama Kume did not even wait for her to stop talking. She hit her hand on the face and twisted her ears tightly. "You will not eat for 3 days in this house. I will use your food money to pay the balance, you lying demon," she said as she pushed her away. Ella began to cry. She was hurt deeply and she said, "But Mama, you don't even bother to talk to your customer to find out the truth. I did not lose your money. I'm very sure about it. Mama Edafe is lying," Ella said, walking backwards as she knew her mother would beat her again. "How dare you call my friend a liar? You will not eat for 7 days for saying all this," her mother yelled in anger. Ella went to sit under a tree as her mother went inside. When everyone was asleep, she snuck inside and slept beside her siblings. The next day, Mama Ella was at her shop when Mama Edafe came to get her clothes. Mama Ella asked her how much she gave to Ella, and she replied that she paid all her balance. Mama Ella then began to talk again. "That useless girl. She told me that you paid half of the money, and I knew that she was lying because you're an adult, and you're my friend. You can't tell such a lie. She is always a pain to me." That was how she lied that Mama Emeka came to collect some goods, but she actually sold the goods and kept the money for herself. So many times, she would steal her siblings' school snacks and still lie about it. "I'm tired of this girl," Mama Elo said angrily. "That your daughter is terrible. You really need to teach her a lesson so she can learn. Why would she tell lies just to destroy our relationship? She is truly a demon like you always say," Mama Edafe said. "To be honest with you, I'm tired of that girl. I really wish that she would go away and never come back. She has been a source of sorrow to me since her birth," Mama Kume said, sobbing. I actually have a suggestion if you don't mind. I have a brother in the next village. His wife had just put to bed and she needs someone who would run little errands around the house," Mama Edafe suggested. Really? I wouldn't mind though if you could take Elo. I'm really tired of that girl. She needs to learn the hard way. Okay, I'm sure he would like to take her. Just get her prepared tomorrow and I will come pick her up, Mama Idafe said, leaving her store. The next morning, Mama Kume had prepared Elo. She lied to her that she would go to live with her brother in the next village, and when she asked her why Mama Idafe is the one taking her there, she told her that she has lots of clothes to sew. Elo tried to hug her mother, but she shoved her aside, asking her to start going before it gets dark. Elo was not happy with the way she was sent away, but she couldn't do much. The journey was very stressful and it took them 2 days to get to Mama Idafe's brother, Mr. Umukoro. He stays in a village called Agbo. Umukoro is a successful farmer in Agbo and he has a lot of men working for him. Mama Idafe told him that Elo is a liar and a thief and he must do everything to ensure that she doesn't steal his goods. Umukoro was scared of firing her when he heard this, and he asked Mama Idafe to take her away, but she refused. When she left, Umukoro called Elo in private, and he began to talk. If you want to stay with me for a long time, you would need to be truthful and stop your stealing habits, okay? Elo replied that she won't disappoint him, if only he would not treat her based on what he has been told about her. Umukoro assures her that he doesn't treat his workers badly, but if he finds anyone stealing, he will send them away. Elo wondered why her mother would lie just to send her to work for someone in a far village where she had no family. Am I that terrible? Elo asked herself many times. She began to work diligently and Umukoro liked her for her hard work. She would cook meals for the farm workers and keep the house clean. Umukoro's wife also began to like her, and the couple were surprised that Mama Idafe's story about who she is doesn't match her behavior. However, the workers often insult her based on her looks, and some people would even tell her to go commit suicide because no man would marry an ugly girl like her. Elo would often cry in secret because of their harsh words, and sometimes she would wish to be beautiful. Days later, she wrote several letters to her mom and siblings, but only Ovie kept in contact with her. Ovie would update Elo with the recent happenings in the village, and she would tell her that she loves her dearly and will never forget her. However, her mother and other siblings never replied her letters. 2 years after working for the Umukoros, Elo wondered why her mother never replied her countless letters, and she decided to go home. She told her boss about her plan, and they began to make plans for her journey back to her village. They gave her lots of fruits, veggies and crops to give her parents, and Elo was very happy. But when she got home, her mother was not happy to see her. Only Ovie, her lovely younger sister, was happy to see her. Makume collected the gifts she brought and asked her to leave on time the next morning to avoid missing the morning bus. Haha, Mama, I'm spending 1 month with you. I've missed you guys so much. Elo replied, but Mama Kume quickly got up from her chair as she heard this. One what? 1 full month? I'm sorry, but you can't stay here for 1 month, Elo. You just have to leave. I think you should even start going now. Mama, but I just barely arrived. Why are you sending me away? Elo had surprised. I'm not sending you away. I just don't want issues because now that you're around, things will start missing. Mama Kume said, Mama, how can you believe outsiders above your own child? I tried to make you see beyond my skin color and facial looks, but you never tried to know me. Why do you hate me so much? Elo asked, her voice trembling and tears pouring from her eyes. I know who you are, Elo. Please leave my house and don't come back. Mama Kume said. Elo was heartbroken that her mom could be that heartless. She picked up her bag and stormed out of the house. By the time she got to the motor park, it was already late in the night. Luckily for her, she took the last bus to Agbo, hoping to arrive there by morning. However, at the middle of their journey, the vehicle developed a fault and everyone had to come down. The road was lonely and the people were very scared. As she sat down at the corner of the road, Thinking about all the humiliations she has suffered in the hands of her parents, siblings, and people around her, Elohor heaved a heavy sigh. A young man sitting beside her heard her and he said, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine," Elohor replied, using her handkerchief to clean her tears. "I do not know what the problem is, and I'm not forcing you to share it. But please, try as much as you can to take it off your mind. Thinking would solve anything," the man said. Elohor smiled and thanked the man. They began to talk, and soon Elohor shared some of her stories with the man. He laughed at her stories and he was convinced that she learned the art of storytelling. But Elohor replied, "I was born with the gifts of storytelling, just like everyone else are born with different gifts." The man asked where she lives, but she shoved the question aside. Few moments later, the driver told the passengers that the bus is ready to move again, and they continued their journey. Elohor got back to her boss's place the next day, and they were surprised to see her. She had to lie to them that her family had traveled and were not around when she got back home. She didn't know how to explain that her people despised her so much that they do not want her back home. After the incidents, Elohor had decided not to go back home again. She always wondered why her parents hated her so much, but couldn't think of a reason. But now she knows they can't love her no matter what. A week later, Elohor was in the kitchen when Emokoro called her to attend to a guest. When she came out, it was the man who sat with her when their vehicle broke down when she was returning from her village. Elohor greeted him and hid her face, hoping that he would not recognize him. She was about to turn away when he pointed out that he had seen her face before. "I have seen you before. I don't forget faces easily," he started. "Yes, we were in the same vehicle that broke down a week ago," Elohor said reluctantly. "Oh yes, I knew it. How have you been?" "I'm fine, thank you," Elohor replied grudgingly, surprised to see the man again. She was going back inside to continue cooking when her employer asked her to come back and sit down. He told her that the king has heard about her wonderful storytelling gifts and he needs someone to tell stories every evening at the palace. Elohor was surprised. She doesn't understand why a king would want someone like her to tell stories. She wanted to turn down the offer, but Mr. Omokoro stopped her. He told the man that she would be coming to the palace every evening, and the man left. Omokoro was very happy for her. When he left, he started to talk to her. "Do you know what it means to be the palace storyteller? I bet you don't. Make sure you continue being a good girl and do not listen to what anyone says about you. I know a lot of people will not like you due to your looks, but you shouldn't stop being yourself or being happy because of them. People who are friends with you are lucky to have you, and the ones who despise you are not worth your time and efforts. You are a gem, Elohor, and I want you to always keep that in your heart." Tears rolled down Elohor's face as Omokoro showered her with praises. She thanked him for loving her regardless of her looks, and she promised to be a good girl at the palace and not disappoint him. From that day, Elohor would go to the palace to tell stories, and soon she became a popular storyteller. Kings from neighboring towns who have heard her stories would invite her to events, and she would travel long distances to share her stories. In just a few months, Elohor began to dine with kings and influential people around Agbo and other far places, and her life changed forever. Even though Elohor is not as beautiful as other young women like her, she captured the hearts of many, and one time, a king asked her to marry him, but she turned down the offer. Elohor would turn deaf ears to negative talks and continued improving her storytelling skills. 2 years later, Elohor had become a household name, and the news soon got to her parents and siblings. Her mother was surprised to hear that Elohor had become very wealthy and popular. She couldn't believe that anything good would come out of her. One day, Elohor was invited by a town's king, but she rejected the offer. Her village reminded her of so many heartbreaking events, and going back would mean opening old wounds and seeing the people she has vowed never to see again. But she kept getting the invite every month, and the price increases each time. She finally decided to give it a shot after a year. When Elo got to her hometown, the people were surprised to see that the demon child had become so big. A huge crowd followed her to the village, and the people sang her praises as she walked to meet the king. Mama Edafe informed Makome about her daughter's arrival, and Mama Kome left her shop to find out if it was true. Her siblings also went with her. When they got there, they found out that they had to pay a huge sum of money to see Elo. Mama Kome yelled at the guard, "Leave the way! I am her biological mother and these are her siblings." She yelled, "I'm sorry, Madam Elo does not have any family member except the Umukoros, and we are not told to allow anyone in except them." Interesting, Mama Kome said sarcastically. "I don't blame her. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. What a humiliation," she said, easing as she leaves the venue. Mama Edafe called after her, but she did not wait. Mama Kome cried her house out when she got back to her shop. Elo's siblings told Mama Kome that they would wait until she's done telling the stories at the palace. Maybe they could have a word with her. They decided to use Ovie because of the love between her and Elo. At first, Ovie refuses, asking them why they wanted her now that she's famous when they never wanted her before. But on a second thought, she agreed to meet Elo, and they went back to the palace. Fortunately for them, they met Elo at the entrance. She hugged Ovie tightly as soon as she saw her. She hugged her other sisters too. They informed her that her mother came around, but the guard turned her back, and Elo replied, "I am aware, and I gave out that instruction. Mother doesn't want me, so I'm doing everything to avoid seeing her. Send my greetings to her," Elo said as she left the village. She shed tears as she recalled everything her mother put her through. She remembered how she never listened to her, and how she believed the lies told by people who hate her, and how she made her vulnerable to the villagers. Elo is torn between forgiving her mother and her siblings and going away forever. Are her mother's actions forgivable? What happens next when she forgives them? Will they show her love? These and many other questions raced through her mind as she left Warri.
Please tell me, are you enjoying the story? If so, tell me, what lessons have you actually learned? I would really love to hear your comments in the comment section down below. And remember to support this channel. Please subscribe, like the video, comment, just say something. Even a word could literally mean a whole lot. So I want you to tell me, what lessons have you learned from this story? Trust me, these are situations that most people actually gone through. I'm sure some of you that are watching this story have actually gone through this situation. So I want to hear from you. I want to hear how you dealt with the situation that you were faced with.
Elo returned to Agbo, feeling sorry for her mother and sisters. Warri Town is not what it used to be, and it is very glaring that her sisters are being affected. Their shiny, bright skins had turned pale, and their growths stunted. She is torn between helping her mother and sisters or just staying away from them. I'm not even sure if they love me because of my fame or if they truly miss me. What if I get heartbroken again after forgiving him? Elo thought about this for days before she decided that she would forgive them and bring them to live with her. Her house is too big and it can be lonely being in there alone sometimes. So, Elo wrote a letter to Ovie inviting her and the rest of her family to Agbo. She asked them not to come with anything as everything they'll be needing will be provided for them. When Mama Kome and her kids got to Elo's home, they opened their mouths wide in surprise. Mama Kome asked Elo if the house truly belonged to her, and Elo replied in the affirmative. "Yes, it is mine, Mama. My years of storytelling gave me all this." Mama Kome walked inside the house grudgingly, unhappy that Elo would be the one to own such a big house. So she was faking her laughter and smiles to prevent Elo from suspecting anything. After being entertained, Mama Kome and her kids sat in the sitting room watching a TV. The family began to catch up. Ovie told Elo everything that happened while she is away from the village. She informs her that a lot of people missed her storytelling and even though she tried to fill in the void, they did not enjoy a storytelling style as much as they enjoyed Elo's own, and they always live in disappointment. But with time, people got used to not listening to your stories again, and since I couldn't replace you, everyone moved on. Ovia said. Mama Kume informs Elo that her elder sister, Kume, will be getting married soon and they'll be needing all the support they can get from her. Elo replied that it is not a problem. She will do everything to make the wedding a memorable one for her sister. That night, Mama Kume could not bear to keep her emotions in check. She began to cry, and when Elo asked her why she couldn't say anything, Mama Elo was actually crying because deep down, she wanted her first child, Kume, to be in Elo's position. She wondered how Elo, as ugly as she is, will have to be the one in such a position out of all her beautiful girls. She cried and cried, unhappy and angry at Elo's success. Even though they did not know the reason for her tears, Elo and her sisters hugged her and asked her to stop crying. I want everyone to understand that we are a family and everything I own belongs to you, my mom, and my siblings. I will not sit back and enjoy while my family languishes in poverty. Everything that happened in the past should be left in the past. This is present and we should enjoy every bit of it. Ella smiled and her mother smiled back, looking away immediately. She hasn't been able to keep eye contact with Ella since she was a child because looking at Ella makes her unhappy and she still feels the same way. 3 days later, Mama Kume informed Elo that she will be leaving soon because she asked clothes to deliver for her customers and they will be angry with her if she doesn't deliver on time. But the truth is, Mama Kume is not comfortable staying in the house, knowing that it belongs to Elo, so she wanted to get out of there quickly. Elo informed her mother that she has some unoccupied houses in Harbour. She wants her mother to stay in a bigger apartment and leave their old dilapidated building. But her mother insisted that she has customers in Warri and would love to keep staying there. She gave her mom a huge sum of money to renovate their old house and make it more habitable, and Mama Hello collected it reluctantly. Kome and Ene decided to stay for a few more days while Ovi told her mom that she'd be staying with Elo permanently. Now that their mother was gone, the girls were free like a bird and I did everything with Elo. They would stay in the vehicle while she attended meetings or tell stories in different villages. The girls were always there to cheer Elo and motivate her. One day, Elo had just finished telling stories to a large crowd in a very big village called Asaba. She was going back to her car when someone brought her a letter. The seal shows that the letter was sent by a dignitary. She opened it in the car and found out it was the Prince of Asaba who sent it to her. In the letter, the prince was professing his love to her and he asked her to marry her. After reading the letter, Ella dumped it in the trash can. Easing. When her sister asked her why she did that, she explained to them that every man has wanted to marry her since she became famous and she knows they are after her fame and money. Kume asked her if she has ever thought of giving any of them a chance, but Ella replied, at first, I would reply their letters and decline their marriage proposal. Or rather than try to convince me, many of them would write me back to tell me that I wouldn't find a man to marry me if I continue declining their marriage offers. So to them, they are doing me a favor by asking for my hand in marriage. I do not wish for that kind of marriage. I want a man who loves me for me and not for my fame or money. She said that she would not reply the letter because it always ends the same way. She told her sisters that she would find her true love one day, and she believes the time will come very soon. Then she tossed the letter in the trash inside the car. 3 days later, the Prince of Asaba visited Elo. He was a charming young man, and for a moment, Elo and her sisters were speechless. As the prince introduced himself to Elo, she was carried away by his vigor. Hi, I'm Prince Azuka from Asaba village, he introduced himself. Ella couldn't resist admiring the young handsome man, but she quickly composed herself and invited him inside. The prince asked if she received his letter, and Ella replied that she did. Then, searching her eyes, He asked. So, what is your response? Their eyes met, but Ella quickly looked away. She told him her response is no, because she doesn't know why a handsome prince from a wealthy royal family would want to marry someone like her. I'm not a princess, so why me? Ella asked. The prince was surprised. He asked her why she would imply that she's not deserving of a prince's love because she's not a princess, when he thinks she's the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and he hasn't been able to sleep well ever since he set his eyes on her. Ella sat there staring at the prince. It's baffled her that the prince would think she's beautiful when almost everyone she has met never liked her for her looks. Ella did not believe Prince Azuka. If he wasn't from a wealthy family, she would have sworn that he was there for her money. But then, she didn't know what to believe. After deliberating for a few seconds, she told the prince that she would think about his proposal. Then she introduced her sisters to the prince. Kome, her elder sister, was all over the prince, but he paid no attention to her. Ella watched as Kome shook the prince's hands and refused to let go. She asked him to come explore the beautiful estate with her, but the prince declined, saying he would prefer doing that with his host, Ella, if she doesn't mind. Ella is confused because she has never been in any relationship, and things like this looked alien to her. Ovie quickly chipped in by replying, yes, she would not mind, and she dragged Ella towards the prince, while Kome looked away. Kome was leaving in anger when Ella asked her to come with them, but she said it's okay as she rushed upstairs. Ovie gives Ella a questioning look, but she doesn't understand what is going on. After taking Prince Azuka around the estate, he told her that he enjoyed her company and that she should let him know as soon as she made up her mind about the marriage proposal. I want you to take your time, Ella. I'm not in a rush, and I wouldn't want you to make a wrong decision. Marriage is a long-time commitment, and if you're not ready for it, I will respect your decision. He told her that he would like to visit anytime she's available again, and she gave him a date. When Ola got back home, she quickly went to Kome's room to apologize to her for the prince's behavior towards her, but Kome replies that it's okay. That night, Ella began to talk about Azuka while they ate. Prince Azuka seemed like a really nice person though, or what do you think? She asked the girls. Yes, he seemed really nice. I like him already, Ovie replied, smiling sheepishly. Kome and Ene did not say anything, and the girls ate in silence. 3 days later, her two sisters, Kome and Ene, informed Elo that they will be going back to Wari, and Elo gave them lots of gifts. She also asked the driver to drop them off. Before they left, Elo asked them if everything was fine because their behavior towards her changed after the prince's visit, but the girls assured her that everything was fine. After they left, Ovie told Elo to be careful of Kome and her mother because they are always gossiping about her in their room. Mama and Kome believes you do not deserve to have such a wealth as her younger sister, and also because she's more beautiful. Mama left because she's not happy that you are in this position, Ovie told her one day. Ella was heartbroken to hear that her mother and sister would feel that way, despite the fact that she was ready to forgive them for their past mistakes and even change their lives for the better. But then, Ella knows she has done her best. When Kome got back to Wari, she informed her mother that she met a handsome prince at Ella's place, but she snatched him from her just because she's rich. Kome began to cry and informed her mother of the prince's next visit. She wants her mother to meet the prince and convince him to marry her, since she's more beautiful. Mama, you need to see Prince Azuka. He is very handsome. He is the kind of son-in-law any mother would pray for. Kome told her mother. Mama, it's also a great opportunity for us to become wealthy and show Elo that we can also make our own money. Her arrogance is just too much. Imagine Elo, my younger sister, telling me that she will sponsor my wedding. What a show off. What effrontery. Chai. Mama Kome asked her daughter, to leave everything to her. Hello, marry a prince? That will never happen, Mama Kume swore as she hugged her daughter. Prince Azuka and Elo met at a public place during their next visit, and the two had a great time together. Elo had fallen in love with the prince, and she kept wondering if it was real or not. They met many times after that, and she always wished for the meeting not to end. There is no doubt that the prince loves Elo so much, and he is doing everything to prove it to her. For the first time in her life, Elo was treated with utmost respect and love, and she returned every bit of it and more to make the prince know that he did not make the wrong choice. One day, Mama Kume visited Elo. Her mother accused her of not visiting them now that she's famous and rich. But Kume replied, "But Mama, I have told you severally that I can't have my meetings in Warri. People know me here. I have other houses here in Hagbo where you can live, but you have refused to leave Warri. Ovie told me you barely have customers these days, so what are you doing there? Also, Father barely comes home these days. He doesn't even know if I'm dead or alive, and he doesn't even care about you and my sisters. So what are you still doing in Warri?" Mama Kume shoved the question aside and she worried inside the house. She told Elo to help them with the funds she promised for Kume's wedding. "The wedding date is drawing near and we need to start making some preparations," Mama Kume said. "Okay, Mama, I'm coming," Elo replied as she went upstairs to get the money from her room. She gave her 10 bundles of cash. But rather than thank her, Mama Kume told her that they'll be needing more money to renovate their building in Warri. "The money you gave me the last time barely covered the windows and ceilings. We need to change the house paints, chairs, kitchen utensils, and other important things." Ella wanted to tell her mother that the money she gave her the last time she came would renovate a duplex and she will still have some change left, but she decided against it. She gave her more money, but she felt bad because her mother did not even appreciate it. She still believes it is too small. Mama Kume got up to leave after collecting the money, and Ella asked her why she's leaving so soon, and she gave the same response that her customers would be waiting for her. Ella felt so bad at her mother's behavior, and she began to wonder if she has not brought problems upon herself by accepting them back in her life. Ella sat there thinking, and it occurred to her that her mother never apologized for treating her badly while she was growing up. She just moved in with her and her sisters that day. So she must have thought that I deserved all the bad treatment back then. And I actually thought she was crying because she felt remorseful. Ella began to understand, but she did not know what to do or think. She decided that she will focus on getting better at her skill and avoid thinking about her mother. A few days passed and Ella looked forward to meeting Prince Azuka. The last time they met, he told her that he has a surprise for her and she has been looking forward to it for days. But on the third date, Ella waited for hours for the arrival of the prince, but he did not show up. She was worried and could not sleep throughout the entire night. The next day, she waited at the venue at the same time, hoping that he would show up, but she did not see any sign of Prince Azuka. She began to worry and hoped that nothing bad has happened to the prince. By morning, she traveled down to Asaba to find out if the prince was fine. But when she got there, she met the shock of her life. The prince was getting married to someone else, and the guards were told not to allow her in. She tried to know whom the prince got married to, but the crowd blocked her view. Ella sat outside the gate crying. She blamed herself for thinking that a handsome prince like Azuka would marry someone like her. But then, a thought occurred to her. Why would he go through the stress of traveling down to Harbour to meet me if he never loved me? Ella began to think that something must be wrong because she believes Azuka loves her and will never try to break her heart. She sat in a car, waiting for a guard to come around so she could ask him who got married to the prince.
If you made it to the end of part 2 of this thrilling story, then all I can say is congratulations and thank you. These videos really take a lot of time to make, but you guys' support really keep me going. Comments below and share this video with your friends and family. Also, like and subscribe to the channel so that you'll be the first to be notified when I drop a new video.
After waiting for a few hours, Elo finally approached one of the guards to ask him whom the prince was getting married to. He replied that he knows the bride and her people are from Wari village. Elo gave him a card and asked him to visit her if he had any information about the bride and he would be greatly compensated. Elo was surprised. She began to put the pieces together and she realized that Kome must have gotten married to the prince. But how come? Elo asked herself. Will Kome really get married without inviting me? Why would mother do that? Elo asked herself as she drove back to Agbo. She began to cry and blamed herself for giving the prince a chance to date and believing in love. Elo cried for days and Ovi did everything to make her stop blaming herself and thinking about the heartbreak. After a few days, she finally decided that she would pay her mom a visit and further confirm if her sister truly married the prince. When Elo got to worry, she found out that her mother had changed address. When she asked around, she was directed to the new address by a villager. When she got to her mother's new residence, she was surprised at how massive it is and the change in her mother's life. She was ushered in by Ene, who was sitting outside the house giving instructions to their maids. When she entered the house, she was speechless at the luxurious furniture and fittings. She sat on a chair while Ene went inside to call her mother. Mama Kume came in with a glass of wine in her hands and she looked so beautiful that someone could mistake her as a single lady. She hugged Elo and pretended like everything was fine. Elo was surprised at her mother's warm welcome. She did not waste time before she began to ask her mother how she amassed so much wealth in such a short while. Well, my dear, Kume has been going out with a prince for the last 2 years, and he finally decided to pay her bride price a few days ago. Everything you see here is a gift from the prince's family, and there is more to come where that came from. According to the king, we will also be getting monthly foodstuffs and fresh meat for the next 1 year. Who would resist such an offer? Makume smiled as she sipped her wine. Hello didn't understand what was going on. Mama, are you talking about Prince Azuka of Asaba? She asked, confused. Yes, my dear, the same handsome Prince of Asaba. Kume told me that he came to your place a few times for business, but he pretended not to know her to ensure a smooth business transaction. Mama Kume replied, confusing Elo further. He wasn't on business visits and Kume knows that. He visited because he wanted to marry me, and Kume never mentioned it to me that they ever met before he came to my place. Why is she lying? Elo replied, surprised of her sister's betrayal. Well, unlike you, Elo, Kume is not known to be a liar since she was a child. So I believe her and I think you're the one who is trying to create problems here. Please, if your intention is to create problems, I would suggest you leave and never come back to this house again. Her mother busted out. Elo was totally shattered and heartbroken to hear her mother send her away again after she accepted her back. She sat in the sitting room crying and wondering if she truly is her mother. With tears streaming down her face and a trembling voice, Elo asked her mother, Are you truly my mother? Did you carry me for 9 months in your womb? What a question! Just listen to yourself. Makume blurted out. Leave my house this minute and don't bother to come back since you're insinuating that I'm not your mother, you ungrateful child. But what have I ever done to you, mother? Why treat me like a leper? Elo asked the king, crying. I do not blame you. I'm here having this conversation with you because I decided to raise you when I could have given you up for adoption. Elo, you've always been a pain to me since you were a child and I cannot forget that. Leave when you're ready and please shut the door behind you. Mama Kume said as she left Elo sitting there. Elo sat on the chair, frozen for a few minutes, unsure if she heard her mother clearly. But it dawned on her that her mother will never love her no matter what she did. She left after a while, feeling betrayed and dejected. Few weeks passed and Elo moved on with her life, without letting what her mom and sister did to hurt her anymore. She is pleased with Ovie, her only sister, who loved her unconditionally and she's taking great care of her. Meanwhile, Koma is enjoying her life to the fullest at the Asabat Palace, without knowing of the danger that lurks around the palace. The prince showered her with lots of love and gifts, and she was very happy that her dream of marrying a prince had finally come to pass. But many times, When Kuma informed the prince that she'll be visiting her mother, he would always decline. He would tell her that she can only visit her mother after 1 year of being his wife. Kuma was surprised. She doesn't know why the prince would prevent her from seeing her family. She became disturbed. Mama Kume also visited one time, but the guards prevented her from entering. The prince's wife is only allowed to see her parents after 1 year of their marriage. Mama Kume was informed before the marriage that she would not be seeing her daughter until after 1 year, but she thought she could see her daughter by bribing the guards, but it did not work out. She had no choice but to wait for the 1 year period to elapse. One morning, the guard, whom Elo gave her address, visited her in her home. He introduced himself as Bala. Bala has been working in the palace for 10 years and he knows almost everything that happens there. He told Elo that her sister's life is in danger. He informs her that the Asaba kingdom has a long tradition of sacrificing 7 pregnant brides before the prince can get married. The blood of the 7 pregnant brides will be used to appease the gods against calamity and sudden death of the villagers. He said this tradition has been in existence for over a century and Koma is the 6th bride of the present generation. Due to this, none of the brides are allowed to leave the palace after being married and the prince must impregnate them within the 1 year period. So by keeping Kome at the palace, they want to make sure that her pregnancy is legitimate and that she doesn't run away. The guard told Elo that he could help Kome escape if she followed his instructions. After a long silence in trying to process the information she has just received, Elo asked the guard, "Are you saying that if I had married the prince, I would have been the sacrifice as soon as I got pregnant?" "Yes, that is exactly what will happen. And I'm happy that you're not in that situation because you are a kind-hearted woman. Your mom basically begged the king to convince the prince to marry your sister. I was there the day she came. The king gave her all sorts of gifts when she was leaving. And even though the king informed her that she would only see her daughter after a year, your mom was too blind to see how that doesn't seem right. Did you know that many families have rejected the king's offer of marriage due to that single condition and the king never forced anyone? If he did, the sacrifice will not be accepted." Elo heaved a heavy sigh and she told the guard that she doesn't want to have anything to do with her sister and mother anymore. But the information she heard is unsettling and she's afraid that she may blame herself if anything happens to her sister. She asked the guard what to do and he told her to come to the palace and pretend to be there to see the king. "You will tell the king that you want to use the restroom after a while. I will make sure that Ome is waiting for you there. You have just 5 minutes to convince her that her life is in danger." Elo did as instructed, but when Kome saw her, she turned to leave immediately. Elo tried to inform her about the dangers of remaining at the palace, but Kome called her a liar. "You are a shitty human being, Elo. How could you try to destroy my marriage just because the prince changed his mind and married me? It is not my fault that you are not beautiful and worthy of a prince. So please run along, or you not like what I will do to you," Kome said angrily. "Kome, I know you decided to go for the prince because you like him, and I don't care. I have moved on. I'm talking about your life. You are in danger living here." Elo replied, unmoved by her betrayal and harsh words. Kome hissed and threatened to call Elo a thief if she doesn't leave her alone. Elo tried one more time to convince her, but Kome began to scream, "Thief! Thief!" Elo had to leave immediately and head back to the palace. She left the palace feeling sorry for her sister, but there was nothing she could do. Days passed and she began to think of what else to do. She was confused. Knowing that her sister's life is in danger and not doing anything about it would mean she's heartless. After thinking for many days, Ella finally decided to meet her mother to tell her what she heard. But when she did, her mother called her a liar and a thief who wanted to snatch her sister's husband because the prince did not marry her. Ella explained that she has moved on and she's only trying to save Kome's life, but her mother walked out on her, calling her all sorts of names. Ella was not surprised at her mom's attitude, but she wished that she could just believe her this one time. Ella, knowing she has tried her best, moved on with her life. A few months later, Ella was in a small village telling her stories when a man approached her. He introduced himself as Obo and he had just returned from London. He told her of his intention to go on a date with her, but Elo turned down his offer and she left him standing there. 3 days later, Obu visited again, but this time he says he's only interested in being friends with her. Elo asked him how he got her address and he replied, "It wasn't easy, but I don't give up easily." Elo wanted to reject his friendship offer at first, but after his second thought, she ushered him in. They began to talk and Elo found out that he was fun to be with. He's a medical doctor based in the UK, and he will be leaving soon. They met a few more times, and Elo finally said yes to dating him the next time he asked. If there is one thing Elo has learned, it is to always give love a chance, since finding people who will love you for who you are is not easy these days. Obu proposed to her after a month of dating, and Elo said yes to his proposal. He started making arrangements to take Elo and her younger sister, Ovi, along with him to London. As everything seemed to be working out fast, Elo developed cold feet. She began to fear for her life and wonder if this wasn't another Prince Azuka. She traveled down to Boo's village without telling him, and she began to find out about him from the villagers, and many people said good things about him. She was finally relieved and was ready to go with Obu. Since her parents and siblings never liked her despite her kindness, she believes that giving her love to someone who is deserving of it is the right thing to do. Before leaving, Elo rented out all her apartments and offices, and she put a trusted manager in charge. She paid her staff off and compensated them greatly. On the D-Day, Elo was all packed and ready to leave with her sister Ovi. They were taking a final look at the house when a taxi drove into the compound. Elo was surprised because she wasn't expecting any visitors. She was surprised to see her mother get out of the car, crying. "Elo, I haven't seen Komeo. I went to the palace after the 1 year, but they told me that she was heavily pregnant and cannot see me. I pleaded with the prince to let me see her, but he told me that they paid me off to marry the princess. So why the tears?" I asked him if he had sacrificed my daughter like I had, and he replied that I and my daughter came to the palace without being forced and that I should accept what happens as a result. He said he wanted to marry you, Elo, but he had to rethink because of your kindness. He told me that you deserve the best man and unconditional love because you have shown him kindness so many times that he kept asking himself if sacrificing you was a smart decision. So he was very happy when I walked in with my daughter and begged the king to convince him to marry her. Hello, it was all a trap. The prince never loved my daughter. And they even stopped sending the monthly foodstuffs and meat. Now I don't have any money and my Kome is gone. Her mother began to cry. Oh, I see. You are more concerned about the foodstuff and meat than the safety of your own daughter, which explains why you're concerned about her when the goodies stopped coming in. You're a very selfish mother. Ella asked her if she did anything when she told her that Kome's life was in danger, and she replied that she did nothing. So why are you here now? Ella asked, looking at the mother with so much anger and pain. I want you to use your influence to bring the prince to justice, her mother replied, stammering. Even if it was what she could do. Ella replied her mother, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. It is too late. The yearly Asaba festival took place a few days ago, and Kome has been sacrificed. There is nothing else I can do. I did everything possible to save her life, but you did not listen to me because of your hatred for your own child. Kome also called me a thief, which is indeed the thief who threw herself at the prince. Well, she did me a favor because I would have been the one sacrificed at the festival. Please excuse me, I have a flight to catch. Ella said without any feelings or emotions. In truth, she did her best, but they were both blinded by the riches given to them by the king. Mama Kume asked her where she was going, but Kume did not reply as she entered the vehicle to join her husband-to-be. Ove got out of the car to inform her mother that they are going to the UK as Elo had finally found her prince charming. Everyone deserves to be loved, and I'm happy that Elo found her true love. They are getting married in a few days in London. Bye, mother, Ove said happily, and she walked away from her mother. The car drove away, leaving Mama Kume standing there, crying and regretting all her actions. Did Ella do the right thing, abandoning her mother? Let me know in the comment section, please. The moral of this story is that we should love all our children equally, regardless of their looks or who they are. Always guide your children to do the right thing, and never be too jealous or too pained to accept what God has destined. You can't play God. Thank you so much for watching the last part of this story. Please subscribe, like, share, and let me know what you think about this story in the comment section.